I know.
Any
I know.
idea what's going on?
No.
Actually, they can hear us.
Hey, Mitch, can you hear me? Okay.
Hi, everybody. We can hear again. Well, I could hear from. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I apologize for that. We continue to be plagued with technical gremlins, but I believe we are back on.
We're up and running?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, so the next item on the agenda, we had the presentation is Commissioner Regalado on the line. You know,
I believe so, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Give me a second.
if she's there, the floor is hers. And Commissioner, I apologize if you're there that you had to wait, but we're not doing so bad. We said 10 after and it's 20 after, so.
Okay, Commissioner, you're on. We apologize for the technical difficulties. Commissioner Regalado, can you hear us? Yossi, you can hear us, right? You can hear audio? Yes, okay.
Yes, I can hear you, and so can Mitch.
Okay.
Lori, can you hear us?
I think the commissioner's connecting now. Just give her a second and she'll be
Oh,
on.
great. Okay, thank you.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
I think she's ready.
She's unmuted. I don't know. Commissioner, can you hear us?
I see her.
We can't hear.
I don't think she can hear us.
Okay, I can hear you now, Yossi.
Yeah, I put myself off mute and we already checked everybody else on the call and they all can hear us.
Okay.
So
can
I
see
don't know
her, and
if it's
she's
her.
muted. Maybe she.
The commissioner says that she can't hear anything when she connected.
We see her.
She's gonna log off. She's gonna jump off and then come back in.
Well, this would fit into that no plan survives contact with the enemy.
enemy.
Saying that I have. Then exit stage left. We can't go in. All right, well,
Keep trying.
the important thing, not the path. Something like this.
Want a chocolate?
No.
Okay.
I had a couple pieces of cheese.
I had a very large. Was it good?
They were very good.
Brownies are good.
I love brownies.
I
When
might
they're
have
hot out of the
nights I
oven.
haven't eaten.
You ever do TV dinner? Yes.
Yes, and they had the brownies, right?
I would eat it before I cooked it. The trees.
With the mac and cheese.
You actually had this.
We had the
tableware for it.
actual table. So you could sit
Okay, the
on
commissioner's back on. I
Watch
just
the
don't
Marathon
know.
Hour Show.
Now I can hear you.
Perfect.
Happy to go look.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
we have contact.
Oh, we have,
Commissioner can hear us and we can hear her.
okay,
Yes.
Commissioner, Guido, can everybody hear at home?
Yes.
sir.
All right, not, we'll hear about it very shortly. Commissioner, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, first and foremost, I want to thank you all for your leadership. We had the opportunity to tour the water plant. Today, we brought some folks to talk about these issues. I know that you've been meeting with staff on kind of the nuts and bolts of this project, and we're really excited as it moves forward. Last time that we talked about this issue at our last meeting, there was some questions for DERMS. So one of the folks that we added to today's meeting is our director of DERM, Lee Hefty, is with us. And then since our last meeting, our interim director is still with WASD, but we have a new director. So you have the opportunity to meet Roy Cooley, who's with us today. And I know that he's been meeting with your staff and really coordinating the logistics of this. And then we want to thank our state of Florida partners for participating in the meeting again. I know there were a lot of questions about the wells, and we've been working through that with them. And there is actually an opportunity there for a little bit more funding, and we'll explain that piece too. But just here again, we're fully supportive of your project. We really thank you for your leadership on this, and we're excited. I think this is going to be a model for a lot of municipalities. So with that, I'll leave it to our team. I don't know if you want them to introduce themselves and talk a little bit and then take people's questions. You guys tell me how you want to do it the second time around.
Yeah, why don't we do that? If they need to have something to say, let them introduce themselves and tell us what they need to tell us, and then we'll go through with questions if we have any.
Perfect.
Hi, this is Roy Coley. Is it okay to start?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
go
Hey,
ahead.
thank you for being here, and thank you for the tour the other day. We greatly appreciated that. The commissioner and her staff were kind enough to take us on the tour of the Alexander Orr water treatment plant. It was fascinating to see, and Mr. Coley can tell us a little bit about that. Go ahead.
Well, hello. For those of you that I didn't get to meet, I am Roy Coley. I'm the new director for Miami-Dade Water and Sewer Department. I did have the opportunity to meet the mayor and a couple of the commissioners, and we had a lot of fun going through the water treatment plant so everyone could get a firsthand look at what it is that we do there. What I'm excited about as the director of the Water and Sewer Department really is our water quality. All of South Florida has an amazing water source to start with, and so we enjoy a good beginnings, and then we have a treated water, disinfected. It's tested for over 90 contaminants every year. We do 150,000 water quality tests where we can assure you and all of your residents and all the residents of Miami-Dade County that the water they receive from us is not only aesthetically pleasing, it's safe, meets all the rules, and we're happy to share that. We're happy to share any details you might be interested in about how we treat our water, what we test for, unregulated contaminants, just anything that's on your mind that matters to you. I'm here, our interim director, Jose Huervo, he's also with us. We have our project manager for your project at Pinecrest from the Water and Sewer Department side, Sandy Alvarez, she's on with us too. So if anyone has project management questions, we're all here for you, and not just for today. Anytime that you want us, we'll be there. I can share with you that the commissioner has told me clearly when I got this job, your project was very important to her to make our water available to folks, and that we've made it a very high priority here on her behalf.
Wonderful, thank you. Is there anybody that has questions of the director? I'll start off. Maybe somebody can think some other one. So the concerns that some of our citizens have is that their well water is generally, they feel that the well water is generally very safe. My concern is that I don't believe that the average citizen is testing their well water once a year, or even testing it for some of the things that you all test to. It looks to me that you guys test your water almost more than 400 times a day, 365 days a year. Can somebody talk about the security of the well water in Eastern Miami-Dade County, particularly Pinecrest, and compared with that you're providing through your service?
Well, I'm gonna ask somebody from either the health department or DERM to speak to that. It's best for me to speak about our water, and we'll let those speak about the well water that we have less information on.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Samir Elmir from the Health Department. UIH in Miami-Dade County. I'm the Director of Environmental Health and Engineering. Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, well, I want to thank Commissioner Regalado for inviting the Health Department to support your meeting. We're here to answer your questions if you have any. I would like to explain the role of the Health Department in this process. First of all, the private drinking water wells in Miami-Dade County or in the state of Florida is not regulated by any state agency or by any local agency. So it's really left up to the private well homeowner to regulate, to basically maintain and monitor the water quality that they drink. So lack of regulation increased basically potential for a private wells contamination. People may be, the private homeowner may be drinking contaminated water for years without knowing if they do not monitor the water quality. Basically, we have the Department of Health has a contract with for the Department of Environmental Protection to investigate potentially contaminated private drinking water wells. When we investigate it and we monitor it for example, pesticides or for heavy metals, arsenic, lead, so on and so forth, and we find it, we issue a health advisory to the homeowner, and also we notify DEP. To DEP, they have funds under the water supply restoration program that basically they remediate the water quality for that private well. Either they provide them a filter to treat the water and testing after this, including monitoring, or if there's an opportunity to connect to the county water system or the municipal water system, they encourage to do that. And I think they will, at one point, they used to allocate close to $15,000 per connection. I want to echo the message from the commissioner and also from the new director for WASA that the Miami County water and sewer provide safe and potable drinking water standards. They meet the federal and hundreds of times a day in the laboratories for chemicals, organic, inorganic chemicals, for microbial, for radionuclides, for all primary drinking water standards and secondary drinking water standards, including lead and copper. So, and they, anytime, if they exceed any primary drinking water standards, they have to issue a public notice, and everybody will have to know about it and seek alternative sources of water. But for years, I've been the director for this office. I can assure you the county water is safe and potable, and it meets all federal and state and local drinking water standards. I'm here to, if you have any questions, to answer them.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
I think Carlos is on from Durham. I don't know if you want him to speak in terms of the regulations and the findings and how he's been working with the state of Florida.
Yes, please, that would be very informative.
Thank you.
So good evening and thank you for having me here. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Loud and clear.
Fantastic. Thank you. So my name is Carlos Hernandez. I am the chief of Durham's Water and Wastewater Division, and we work very closely with the 16 utilities. We work with the Department of Health, and we generally regulate all kinds of industries and commercial and industrial operations to protect really the groundwater. So when a utility tells you that they provide great water, it all starts with great groundwater quality. So we get involved in all aspects of protecting groundwater quality. As Dr. Samir mentioned, though, there is sort of a gap, and that is in private residential wells, where there is a limited amount of information and limited data available. And you'll find, and I think it was already said, but I think it's worth repeating, that the typical homeowner does not sample anywhere near what the extent or parameters that are sampled by utilities. It's an extremely extensive list, and in addition to all the parameters are sampled by the utilities, including WASA, of course. When you look at the state and federal requirements, there's additional requirements that are done with regards to what's required in Chapter 24, which is the code that Durham regulates, which are additional hazardous materials or hazardous contaminants that are not typically required even at the state level or even at the federal level. So it's quite extensive on what's sampled for on a very regular basis, and it gives you the great assurance that what you're getting to your house is of the highest quality and consistency. You know, I have to mention sort of a little bit out of place, but sort of an anecdotal example that maybe I can bring up real quick, and it's something that happened, and Dr. Samir might remember this because I called him up about it. I had a homeowner from Pinecrest call me up one day and say they were very concerned about their water quality. And I said, well, can you explain to me what your concerns are? My water's been great forever. I've lived here for a super long time. It's been fantastic. But all of a sudden, my water's turning a dark blue. I'm getting a very dark blue color in my water, which I've never had. And I've lived here for a very long time. Long story short, cut to the chase. Their neighbor had done something that they shouldn't have done with regards to where they put their septic tank relative to their well. And what they were seeing is that sort of tidy bowl blue that you see in you know, that folks use to keep kind of the rings and colors in their toilets from being unpleasant. That was actually making it into their well. So my point is, regardless of how often you sample a well and what you sample for, it's an ever-changing dynamic. And so you can't be sure that if you sample today, if you don't sample again within a certain period of time, the contaminants might reach your well. And we've seen that with other contaminants where you have a neighborhood that samples for a bunch of residential wells, and you see these elevated levels of certain contaminants, and some wells you don't see them in certain wells. It's sort of sporadic and inconsistent. What I could tell you is after many years of being in this arena of trying to protect groundwater, it's sort of this target that's difficult to always have assurance without sampling. You know, the typical homeowner might sample for bacteria, they might sample for nitrates. That's just a tiny little piece of the puzzle with regards to water quality. So I would say that having consistent, reliable water is a great gift to have for all of us, and a great opportunity here. So I'm here tonight. I'll be here as long as you need me. I'd love to answer any questions you have with regards to connections. One of the things that my program does and we get involved in is the NORC program, the Notice of Required Connection. I'm sure a lot of folks attending this meeting might be somewhat aware of that. I've had other meetings with the village. I've been invited to some other meetings, had the pleasure to speak with the homeowners about this. And so I'm here if there's questions about when do I have to connect, do I have to connect, how much time do I have, any of those questions related to connection, I'm here to answer any of those questions. Thank you.
Thank you. That's great, because I think what the questions that we've been getting from our community has been questioning about the water quality, not only of the water and sewer department water, but the wells in Pinecrest. And then secondly, about the hookup and then having to pay for it. So let me get to the hookups. The community, I think there are a few people in the community, probably I'll guess 10 to 15%, that love the well water and want to stick with it forever. And they feel no reason to hook up. I think we have a 10-year time period from the time that you get access to water before the county mandates to hook up. Commissioner, I don't know if we're still working on an extra 10 years for folks or not, but what would be the problem with allowing people an indefinite period of time by which to hook up? But if they were to sell their house, then the new homeowner has to hook up. I don't know if it's a significant percentage of people. I don't know if it would hurt revenue, but why can't we do something like that?
Well, at a minimum, we have 10 years. We're talking with our legal department to see if we could do longer. I think the concern is really our bonds and how our internal system works in terms of giving people more time. But definitely the same rules that have applied to date, right? So if you, I think it's like 30%, if you have a renovation that's more than 30%, or if you sell your home. So it would be, the easiest thing is just to keep that same paradigm that we've had to date, but we're still talking with staff about potentially being able to do a little bit more time since people have requested that.
Okay, Doug, you have a question?
Carlos, I don't know if you want to speak to that also.
Sure, if I can, thank you. So just, I'll give you sort of a brief explanation of, so from a regulatory perspective, right, just from the rules and regulations, right? So the general timeframe is 90 days. Obviously, there's a board order that was issued and that encompassed, Pinecrest, all the properties in Pinecrest. So all the properties in Pinecrest basically have the 10-year window for connection versus the 90 days. And as the commissioner stated, there's triggers that then force that connection or require the connection prior to the 10 years, the sale of a house, a substantial improvement to the house, if the well is found to be contaminated, and the like. So, or just new construction. So there's new construction, obviously, the connection would happen according to the new construction requirements. So the properties that will get the new water mains, those will be afforded 10 years. And we generally start the 10-year clock when all the mains are completed. So when the final project is completed, we start the time frame for the 10 years. It doesn't really start. So if the water's available today, or whenever the water's available in your block, it doesn't, the 10-year clock doesn't start until the last water main goes in. That's typically how we've done it. Keep everybody on one schedule versus having a variable schedule. But that's generally the criteria. Now, for those individuals that were part of the other project, that time's run out, and there's a question about that. I'd be glad to answer that as well.
Great. Doug, you have a question?
So to the point, Commissioner and Carlos, I guess everybody else, that I brought this up at the last meeting about the 10 years, and I understand the commissioners with legal about, because there was a bond, that 2007 bond money that put in
I'm
our
really
water
sorry to interrupt.
infrastructure.
I'm really sorry to interrupt. The commissioner says that she lost audio again. Is there any way that you guys can take her off and put her back on? She can't hear anything.
Okay.
Good day at
We'll
school.
try.
That's good news.
Can everybody else on there hear us?
I
Hey,
can
man,
hear
what's
you. I can hear you.
Perfect. Thanks, bro. All right, we'll try with the commissioner,
What?
and Doug, keep going with your question.
Wait, or-
You probably just have to.
I think it's
you probably- Okay, come here.
Yeah. Right?
Everybody, if everybody can mute themselves, because we're getting some feedback.
Can everyone hear?
Yes, go ahead and ask. Yeah, go ahead and ask your question. We'll put Commissioner Regalado back on. The other guys can.
All right, so I understand that there might be a legal or, time period for bond money that was spent in 2007. And that's why the 10 years, and the board, I guess, voted for the 10 years, but now this is being funded solely by the village and the residents. So there's no bond from the county. So I understand that there might be, you guys are taking over the maintenance of the infrastructure that we're putting in. That can't be a fraction of what because we're funding the whole project ourselves.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there-
There's a 500,000 that's coming from the same source that the GOB fund bond that the county commission has already approved to also go towards this. So
Well, but if somebody had a calculator and divided 500,000 into 12 million, that's a minuscule amount of money. And I'd rather give up the 500,000 if they gave a 10-year on top of the 10-year extension, another 10 years. I don't care about the 500,000. I'll float a bond right now in Pinecrest to pay for the 500,000. If that's what's holding them back from giving another 10 years of them getting to, having to hook up to water. So I can understand if the county was paying for this, yeah, there might be legal reasons that the bond needs to be paid back. So they've got to start, collecting revenue. But once again, this is being solely paid for, except for 500,000, a fraction, maybe 3%, whatever that is. Somebody that is a better mathematician than me, but so I'd really like to see that, like the mayor had stated before, and like, I hope that happens. So the other question is, I guess, is Carlos, and are they still on? I don't see.
Yes.
They're still there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're here. We lost audio for a little bit there, but we're all back on. We can hear you now.
Okay. So Carlos, so back to the wells, and you were speaking about how contamination, isn't it true that I agree, because our water is like a river. I mean, it's pressure and it's coming. We're the end of the road, because I've told people this before. Go to Snapper Creek Canal down by the, there by the gardens, get in a kayak, go at low tide, and when there's been a lot of rain. And you'll see out the bank of that canal, the water is coming out of the oolite rock there like fire hoses. I mean, it is such pressure, and the fresh water that's coming, seeping through the rock, it forms its own, tide pool, tide puddles. I mean, it's unbelievable. So that just tells me that water is coming from the north and the west and being pushed towards Pinecrest. So we're collecting everything west and north of us, and so we're gathering everything from the north and west of us. And yeah, there may be a well in there, but you don't know, like you said, it could be any given, not even a day, I would say, Carl. It could probably be given in a heavy rain when there's a lot of pressure. It could be just in 5 minutes. Your well could probably change dramatically, I would assume. I don't know if that's.
If I could speak to that, if it's okay.
Yes. Yes, please, go ahead.
Go ahead.
So there's several issues that affect, how contaminants move through the ground, and the velocity of the groundwater is a major factor, but it's not the only factor. And so there's, the ground is not this perfect sponge with homogeneous pathways, and there's a lot of tortuosity, a lot of changes in directions and things that happen. That's why you'll see, while water moves in a general direction, you'll see a number of houses that might have an impact, and then another house has nothing next to it. That flow path isn't always predictable, and it's actually not this perfect evenly distributed flow. So that's a big factor on the unknown, where you don't know whether you're going to be the next one that's going to be impacted or not. The good side of it is the contaminants don't move at the speed of water. They tend to adhere or absorb or desorb onto the soil and the media. Our soils don't have great affinity to hold pollutants, but they do to a certain extent. So it could be building up in a certain location, build up a certain concentration gradient, and then it shifts or moves. So there's just a very large number of unknowns, and you could for a certain amount of time have no impact, and then later on have an impact. The biggest factor there is who's checking, and there really isn't a robust or reasonable means of having wells that, sampling every single well in the village, everybody's potable water, sampling it on a regular basis for all these contaminants. By the way, when Durham approves a new house, let's say on a well, in a brand new well, we require one single sampling event. That's all we could ask for. And we have that homeowner or the property owner or developer sample that well for most of the primary and some of the secondary drinking water standards. That list alone, that partial list, is about $1,200. That's just for just that one sampling event that happens in the lifetime of a house. So if you can imagine if every resident was sampling on a regular basis for that partial list, how expensive that would become. It's well beyond, just some bacteria and some nitrates. To the point of if I can jump back, and if I shouldn't, please tell me to stop or mute me. But I'd like to add a little something about the issue of the 10 years. And having been part of the whole process of the village going to the board and being very supportive of a 10-year period, I think that was a fantastic decision, because the village decided to bring water. Durham can't make anybody connect to water. I think sometimes that's somewhat misunderstood. We can't make you connect to water unless you bring the water lines, right? So if the village decided we're never going to bring water mains, you would never see me for Norix or anything of that nature. We wouldn't be telling a property that they have to connect. They could stay on their wells forever. Where we get involved isn't when the water mains are brought in by either the individual, the village, the utility, for whatever reason it may be. Then that's when we require the connection. It isn't a function of who pays for it. It's in the code, in the entire county code. It's a matter of public health and public safety. When that resource is available, or that asset or that infrastructure is available, you know, the idea is that the public as a whole benefits from it and everybody connects to it. That's just the way the rules work. Having said that, there is a mechanism, and every rule has the ability to or for somebody to request for an extension or a variance from that rule for a number of reasons. And so the board went and said, you know, we want to bring water in. We want to do this great thing. We want to bring water in, but 90 days is, you know, is not going to work. And we really need, you know, additional time. And I think everybody agreed that made a lot of sense. Today, there's water lines there. If that decision wouldn't have been made and somebody would have said, no, it has to be 90 days only, we may not have any water mains there. So it was a great benefit. Having said all that, you know, there is a mechanism if the village or an individual wants more time. There is that Environmental Quality Control Board is the mechanism, the relatively straightforward legal mechanism to request for more time, whatever that time may be, or just a straight out variance. Somebody says, you know, we never want to connect, we want a variance. There's a procedure and a process for that. The village has done that a couple of times already. I think originally it was 5, then it was 10. And so there's a process to do that. It's not a function of who paid for the lines. I really want to emphasize that.
Great. Thank you very much. That's very helpful. That's one of the questions that we get most.
There's one more.
Yes, go
Joe.
ahead.
This was to Roy, that, so like 25 years ago, I was there at that plant that they visited. We were doing a movie there, and somebody had told me then, I just don't know if this is true. And I used to tell people this because I was told back in the day that actually the county water is rated. Back then, they told me in the top 3 in the nation are Dade County's water. I don't know how they rate it, but so I've always assumed, and it has been good water. I've never had any complaints. It's been excellent taste. I've never had any smell. I've been to other cities where the water tastes terrible. It smells, and I mean, sure, I'm probably sure. So I don't know if that's true or not. And maybe you could explain that, because I've told people before. From my understanding, we got some of the best rated water in the nation here, right here in Dade County.
Well, what I can tell you is several things to that. Yes, our water quality is some of the best in the entire world, which does include the nation and the state. You don't even have to be a water expert to travel to northern parts of the state and draw a glass of water and the smell's offensive. What we have to our good fortune is we do water taste contests, and the American Water Works Association has recognized our water as best tasting water. Now I realize that's an aesthetic matter, sometimes more than a contaminant matter, but we do the testing to make sure our contaminants are always controlled. Our well fields are protected. Where our water comes from, we have a well field protection plan to where it's not public land, nothing can go on around that land, so we don't have inadvertent pollutants get in our well. And so, yes, I don't know if you would call us number 1, 2, or 3 in the country, in the world, but what I can tell you is some of the best in the world, best in the country, best in the state from any measure you want to look at. And the American Water Works Association on repeated occasions has awarded us for that. So we're very lucky to have what we have. The cost is very low. Some people are concerned with that. If you're a water only customer, the typical residential customer in this county pays about $20 a month for water. If you happen to be water and wastewater, it may be $50 a month, but it's very affordable. It's an extremely good value for what you're getting, and that there's just nothing that we could be more proud of.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's great information.
I would just like to add, I mean, for the members of the council that weren't able to visit with us, the Saturday that we went to the water treatment plant, you know, the invitation remains open. Just call my office. Happy to take you down there so that you can see the testing. We're actually also expanding the plant. So one of the great things about the expansion that we're doing at that plant is that we're going to have a much bigger lab. We actually do testing for a lot of other areas because of our ranking, and we're going to be able to take more folks to visit and to see the lab we're actually working on taking a lot of students and getting people excited about water quality and water testing. So the invitation stands.
And Doug, I did see the award that they won. It's real. I think it was multiple years in a row for the best tasting water. So. not
No,
just-
I know.
just
I
to
was,
make it
like
up.
I said, and that's been forever. This was, I mean, we filmed that movie there 25 years ago. I don't know if somebody's been there as long as that, they would remember when we were there for like 2 days filming. It was a pretty cool place.
Trophies as big as the Stanley Cup for crying. Okay, so does anybody else have any other questions before we move on to the item, the actual item?
I have a quick question.
Yes, please.
In regard to irrigation, just to clarify, residents can keep their well water for irrigation purposes, yes? And there's no timeline to hook that up.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else? Going once? Well, Commissioner, thank you very much. I want
Thank
to
you.
reach out and thank you for taking us on the tour and everything you've done since November to help us see our way through this issue. It's been kind of complicated for us, but you've been immensely helpful, and we are very thankful for everything you've done for us in Pinecrest. Thank you.
No, thank you. And as you guys know, you've been meeting with staff. We're going to expedite these permits. As the director mentioned, you know, this is our #1 priority. We really want to do everything that we can to help you move this project forward and to make sure that it's seamless. I thank you all for your leadership. I think this is a wonderful step forward, not just for Pinecrest, but for water quality in general. Thank you.
Oh, we need a permit?
Never mind. Thank you. Go mute. Thanks, Commissioner. Thank you all, staff. It has been wonderful.
John, we don't need a
Thank you.
permit, do we?
Okay, Guido, let's go. Let's do 11, 12, and 13 real quick and hustle through that. And we'll be able to get to Melissa's zoning hearing in short order.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, so your first resolution, the resolution of the Village of Pinecrest, Florida, amending and restating resolution number 2021-43 adopted on May 11, 2021, entitled "A Resolution of the Village of Pinecrest, Florida relating to the creation of the special assessment area for the potable water improvement project, modifying the initial assessment resolution as provided herein, establishing the maximum rate of the special assessment for each benefited tax parcel and providing for the levy of the special assessment against the benefited tax parcels, approving the preliminary assessment role, establishing the method of collection, establishing other terms and conditions of the special assessment, and providing for an effective date, severability, and an effective date.
Okay, perfect. Yossi, can you explain exactly what that is? And then we have 3 different things tonight that are dealing with water. Tabs 11, 12, and 13. One of them is what we're dealing with now. The other one is providing for the uniform method of levying, collecting the taxes, and the other one is the bid of the construction project. So I'll ask Yossi to explain, then probably some advice for Mitch. Mitch, should we take the public comment on all of these at one time or split them up, or how would you prefer we did that?
Well, it's as you prefer, but I think that probably most people who have public comments can, I think you can take them all at once. I would suggest that you actually read the titles of all 3 items now. You call for public comments on all of them, and then you have council discussion and voting one at a time.
Okay, let's do that. So Guido, can you read the 3 titles? Yossi will explain them. We'll do public comment. We'll debate as council, and then we'll vote.
And
All right, makes sense? Anybody
Mr.
hate
Chair.
that? Yes, sir.
My colleague Lori Smith Lala, who was here at our previous meeting for the same items, is also available here as well.
Yes, thank you, Lori. Good to not see you. I think I can't see you up there. You're somewhere on there. Good that you're here. Okay,
Okay, Mayor, the other 2 related items is a resolution of the Village of Pinecrest, Florida, providing for the uniform method of levying, collecting, and enforcing non-ad valorem assessments for potable water improvements in accordance with the provisions of section 197.3632 of the Florida statutes throughout the incorporated area of the village for the fiscal year beginning on October 1, 2022, stating a need for such levy, providing for the mailing and transmittal of this resolution, providing for an effective date. And then the other is a resolution of the Village of Pinecrest, Florida, awarding a bid to H&R Paving for the potable water and fire hydrant system construction project, providing for an effective date.
okay, Ms. Manager, do you have any staff reports that you need to provide for clarity, or should we debate amongst ourselves?
I'm just happy to go over real quickly the item that you're looking at for the final assessment resolution includes 723 properties, one of which is a duplex. So you're talking about applying the special assessment to 724 different units. At this point, because of the 724, it was an increase from what we had at the last meeting. The number per ERU was decreased to now $349 per year for the next 25 years. If you recall, when I spoke to council last, we were talking about some additional properties that were corner lots that could potentially opt in to the special assessment district. And we've been in discussions with staff at the Miami-Dade Water and Sewer Department on how we may or may not treat those corner lots that already technically have access to water but do not have the lateral connections. And so we're sorting those particulars out. And then as we've been going through more of the engineering plans, we are finding on occasion, a house that as built or permits had shown that they had built water lines, and then we're finding that in fact the water lines are not there. So there are some discrepancies, and we may need to come back with any of those stragglers at a later date. But for the most part, we believe we've caught the majority of the properties with this particular resolution. The other, so the red are the ones that we're talking about right now, are the 723 properties, one of which is a duplex that will be and are part of the proposed assessment district. The yellows are the potential opt-in, and then there'll be potentially additional properties further on in the project as we go through permitting at WASA and find properties that we may or may not, that we may believe already have water and don't have water. So anything that we catch in that permit process will come in and clean up probably in about 2 months to 3 months after WASA has had a chance to look at all the plans and permit everything.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So any questions from the council on that? Okay, none. So with that, we'll open the public hearing for these 3 items. So if there's anybody that would like to state their opinion for or against this here at the meeting, you're welcome to get up right now. We'll keep it to a loose 2 minutes. We'll get that taken care of. And then Guido, is there anybody online?
No, sir.
No, sir?
No,
No?
sir.
Okay, perfect. So if anybody from the public would like to comment, please make yourself available. Seeing none, we will close the public. John, you want to talk? Public hearing is open.
I just wanted to say that I'm here and having spent a year on the Biscayne Bay Task
Can you
Force.
tell us your name and
I'm
address?
sorry, John Pistorino.
Thank you.
6535 Southwest 123rd Street,
Thank you.
Pinecrest. I was just here to make sure this happens, having spent almost a year on the Biscayne Bay Task Force as the independent engineer. I think our water is going to be jeopardized if we don't go ahead with this in the next 5 years. So I'm for it.
Great. Thank you very
Thank
much. I appreciate that. Would anybody else like to comment on the water issue? Okay. Yes, ma'am. Welcome.
Evening. My name is Mayra Socarra. Live at 6235 Southwest 113th Street. When we moved into Pinecrest well over 20 years ago, one of the things that we were happy about was the fact that we did not have to use pay for county water. We have tested our well water. I found that it was even better quality than the chlorine-infused county water. Time and time again, we have voted against being forced to connect to county water. We do not want it. We do not need it. In last month's council meeting, One member indicated that this project will help solve an environmental problem, which is the consumption of bottled water. Connecting to county water will not necessarily reduce the consumption of bottled water, as many customers that are currently connected to county water do not drink said water. In addition, we have a program in place to recycle plastic, which I embraced and participated. We should look for other ways to reduce the use of plastic. This can include the utilization of reusable containers such as glass. After all, bottled water is not the only product sold in plastic containers, and the small number of Pinecrest residents affected by this will unfortunately not save our planet by connecting to county water. When politicians want to be elected, they say things they believe the voters want to hear. And then once elected, they take our tax dollars and run to spend in unnecessary projects like this forced county water connection. All of you sitting on the council were voted in to represent the best interest of all the Pinecrest residents. Unfortunately, most of the time, politicians forget that elections have consequences and they can be voted out of seats they currently hold. I am one of the 700 homes affected. Not one of you has ever reached out to us to take a vote or even a simple survey on this issue. For those of you that can no longer be reelected, I know that you are not concerned much about this. However, to those that can be reelected, please note that you have definitely lost our vote when you vote in favor of this. My fellow Pinecrest residents, open your eyes. Don't let the government run our lives any more than it already does. Remember who the current council members are when they run for re-election or other elected positions. Please stay out of my property, stay out of my choices, stay out of my tax dollars. I want to keep my well water. I do not force others to comply with my views. I only wish others would respect mine. To those of us that have lost the country of our birth due to socialism or communism, this overreach of government is extremely scary, as this is just the beginning. America has been the home of the free. Let's keep it that way.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yes, sir, please. This is the comment where we're taking public comment on the three water items, tabs 11, 12, and 13.
But I can speak on agenda item number 8.
Number 8 is the communicated council. No, we'll get to that. When we get to that, you can speak on the communicated council, number 8. We'll get to that later in the.
Mr. Mayor, for clarification, this is item 8A, 8B, and 8C.
These are
considering.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is tab 11. Oh, so are you referring to item 8, the communicated council, tab 8, or?
Agenda item number 8, the water project, second reading.
Yes, that's what we're on.
Okay, so the tab numbers
Second
are,
comment.
yeah, go ahead.
Sorry about that.
That's quite all right.
Mayor, I showed up late. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. My name is Lance Kyle. Address is 7475 Southwest 102 Street. Former full-time resident, current part-time resident, and hopefully a future full-time resident. There is no water problem in Pinecrest. Pinecrest well water is potable, i.e. drinkable. County water is not technically. County water tastes bad and it is filled with carcinogenic compounds such as chlorine, chloramine, fluoride. I believe they're still putting some fluoride in the water, and also polyfluoroalkyl substances, also known as PFAS. In fact, the Miami-Dade WASD has the 3rd highest levels of PFAS in the country. If you don't know what PFAS is, see the movie Dark Waters. It's a really good movie. with Mark Russo. And almost every homeowner in Pinecrest on county water buys bottled water instead. Restaurants in the village have to filter their water. Some use multiple filters. Well water contamination in the village is a myth. Only 18 wells, not 33, as Commissioner Regalado said the other night. In Pinecrest, only 18 in Pinecrest have shown fertilizer or pesticide contamination in the past 20 years. That were actually documented, and those problems were remediated primarily with water filters. Incidentally, 18 wells out of 1,300 is just 1.4%. That's a virtual rounding error in statistics. The four Pinecrest groundwater monitoring wells also indicate no contamination. There is some elevated salinity in the lower level of the fourth monitoring well, but that well is next to a saltwater canal, which can also be remediated. Durham, DOH, FDEP, and Pinecrest Public Works are not currently investigating any wells in Pinecrest, according to officials in their offices. I called. Fire hazard claims are also a myth. The village has almost 600 fire hydrants to cover about 700 street blocks. The last major house fire, according to a Google search, was in 2015, and the fire chief said at the May 11th council meeting that, quote, he has all of the resources he needs to fight any fire event in Pinecrest, close quote. Also, claims about power outages affecting well water pumping have also been overdone. How many times since Hurricane Andrew in the past 30 years have we been without power in Pinecrest for more than 24 hours? Once, maybe twice, I don't know. It hasn't been that many times. If such a low frequency occurrence troubles you, then get a generator. Also, yet another dubious tactic used by county water proponents is the one involving so-called sentiments. I don't know what those are exactly, but sentiments purportedly expressed in email, phone calls, and text messages, as well as social media. But the population involved in expressing these quote unquote sentiments is usually 50 persons or less, and usually accentuates its position by using relative numbers, i.e. percentages, instead of absolutes, whole numbers. Statistics marshaled by county water opponents are larger. Over 200 people have signed the online petition, and 600 homeowners did not connect to the last water pipeline extension in 2011. And almost 3,600 homeowners voted against the water bond in 2019. Incidentally, only 2,100 voted in favor. Homeowners should not be forced to pay a special assessment, nor should they be forced to connect to the county water system. This should be a personal choice or preference, not a political one. If it is going to be political, if we're going to make it political, there needs to be an official election or formal survey. The county and village municipalities have not made a convincing case that well water poses an environmental risk to the aquifer, or that well water poses a risk to the health and safety of county residents. Consequently, the county may be in violation of at least one Florida state statute relating to forced connection, which requires substantive proof of contamination. Another state statute relating to special assessments disallows collection of this tax prior to delivery of the quote unquote special benefit. We've heard that word a lot. The special benefit here is connection ultimately to the water mains. That said, and in closing, I implore this council to stop aiding and abetting our rogue county government and send them a message tonight that you are not going to do their dirty work by approving this water pipeline project, which will only lead to more urbanization in the village. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your comments. Anybody else want to comment? Please. Okay, I'd love to hear them.
Okay. Patricia Kyle. I live at 7475 Historic Flagler Boulevard since 1966. And what I want to say is I have a long history in Pinecrest. In 1903, Jermaine Butler and I helped fund and founded the Pinecrest Garden Club. And I was president, vice president. Respectively, we are also helped form the Pinecrest Market on Sundays. And our first customer, I think you all know, was Heaven, I think they call it the Heaven Farm. was one of our first customers, and also our Pinecrest Garden Club also had a booth, and we did very, very well there. And it is one of the best markets in the city. Thanks to all you guys. My husband, Jim Lawrence, who has passed, has a memorial stone in Pinecrest Gardens for all generous gifts. I am telling you this because hundreds of citizens like me and have been here for so many, many years aren't happy with the village and their decisions. Instead of more fire hydrants, I would love to see streetlights. They're so dark at night in Pinecrest, and I know a lot of people complain about that. And oh, by the way, the Bulldog News talked to a woman in Pinecrest who had to watch her children in the pool after a storm. I had an extra generator in my garage and was willing to give that to her free charge. She would have electricity. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it. Anybody else want to comment?
Hello, Sherry Ball, 6300 Southwest 109th Street. Just to address the items in order, the first one is to add some of the homes that have special situations and challenges. I just want to thank you for continuing to look for solutions for all of our homeowners. That's so important that we be progressive and looking to the future, because some of the issues have been about money. Y'all have been very sensitive about considering anybody who can demonstrate a challenge financially to work with them. To thank you for working with DERM and their variances, and when people have concerns, I thank you especially because I haven't toured the group. It was really great to have the professionals give an explanation about what the opportunities for residents are about the water quality. And I think that's very helpful for those who had questions about it. So to the first item, thank you for continuing to look for solutions for everyone. And to the second item, as far as the assessment goes, you've heard from so many people, and it's not just about how much it is, but it's their wish to connect and ready to do that, not just have access, but willing to connect. And I think that's been very powerful for all of us to hear, and I hope very reassuring for Miami-Dade Water. And I appreciate everything that you've done.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Seeing none, we'll go
Mr.
in.
Mayor?
Yes, sir. Anybody online?
So the one person that had registered has joined the call.
Okay.
So if you want to hear from them.
Okay, if there's nobody else in the room, Chris, you want, all right, so we're going once, twice, third time here. We'll go to the folks that are online, and then we'll close the public hearing and debate it amongst the council.
Mr. Enriquez, you're on with the Village Council.
Hi, Mayor.
Hello.
Mayor Council. My
Good to hear
name
you.
is Daniel Enriquez. Do you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I am from 6463 Southwest 107th Street. I would like to have a question to the manager regarding the corner properties. That is anybody who actually wished and expressed their interest to join to the special assessment has been added to this list, or they will be handled differently?
Yossi, can you answer that question?
Sure, the people that have already asked to be included there's one exception to that came in after we had published the agenda, and that one exception that I've heard from will be added when we find any other stragglers further on in the fall. And in the interim, we'll be sending out letters again to the same properties just to give them a second opportunity, because we had given them a deadline which has already passed. So we're going to go ahead and extend that deadline a little further.
Thank you.
So if I understand, my understanding is correct that how many, 3-4 people already joined from those corner lots, or more than that?
I believe it was from the top of my head, I could say about 3 people that did communicate to us that they wanted, and I have a 4th that didn't make this cut, but that I have in the list already that want to participate.
Daniel, can we stick to comments on water? We can answer the questions, offline.
I understand, but I wanted to make it, my question has a relevance, how I wanted to address the council.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
My seems misdirected. It's not. The reason is I wanted to say that because of we actually had some previous public statement, which actually making a claim that the people in Pinecrest doesn't want to have water. We had a water vote. Under the water vote, 36% of the people who voted said they wanted. From that 36% of the whole population of Pinecrest, only 13% of the voters doesn't have water. So it means that actually that the water solution had 3 times of the support among the people which actually has such a problem. Which means that there's only way it can possible that if there are people who actually currently have access to water, they have voted for the water vote. And we have very good knowledge about who they were, because we have 4 district precinct in Pinecrest where everybody has access to water. On those 4 precincts, 23% actually voted for the water. So if you add up all the population, when you want to end up to 36% for vote, it means that overwhelmingly the rest of the people who doesn't have water, they voted for it. If you run the numbers, it's very simple, 92%, which is 900 people from the people who doesn't have water and are able to vote today actually voted for yes for the water vote. They did canvassing during the campaign. That canvassing was effectively exactly the same percent and number of people who reached out. It was above 60% who we reached out to an absolute number. However, they voted based on our canvassing 91.2% who actually supported, compared to the actual election, which was 92% people actually supporting it. Currently, the council, and this is also public record, you get 400 people expressed and they put their name into the record, public record. They have not created made up surveys on the internet, which is made up with concerned citizens who is not even willing to name their own self. Even if he sits over there, he's unwilling to actually be in public and know who he is. So the council actually can have more information if those people, that 200 people has been said they are opposing it, which they are don't, because they would have been actually submitted those requests to the council. And the council has not even 10% who is impacted and has to pay tax by and opposing against this resolution. On the other hand, you have 400 people, name, address, and official public record in the village of Pinecrest who is supporting it. So I would like to ask the council to the person who actually making claim, personally, he doesn't have property inside Pinecrest. He's not the owner. He's not even if he would have been owner or a family member as owner, he doesn't being impacted by that. He's not taxed by that. So I think it's the people who actually, the 400 people who expressed that they are willing to pay the tax. And from that 400 people, 88% said they wanted to connect within 2 years. This is also public record, has been made it available to the council, each of the personal emails. Also, 23% are willing to pay in advance the full amount just to be connected. So I think all the other comments until today, we had 70 people who speak up for supporting this resolution. And we expected today, if I exclude the today discussion, there was only one person who speak up who actually been affected, would have been affected or affecting that by to paying the taxes. Today there we have one more. So I think there is a absolutely overwhelming support for such a resolution. And I would like to ask the council not to listen to a person who's running a one-man war raging against the security and the well-being of Pinecrest residents, making a claim that we doesn't need fire hydrants and we don't use fire hydrants just every 5 years. It's the same claim if somebody would make that, hey, the police doesn't need guns because the last time the police used guns was 20 years ago. This is craziness. And I would like to ask the council not to listen to this. Just listen to the people. You have all the public record in your favor and supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Is there anybody else online?
No, sir.
Okay, with that, we'll close the public hearing. Public hearing is closed. We'll open it up for debate on each of the three issues. I think we've addressed this last month. It's relatively simple. It's the best thing to do for the community. We need the fire hydrants. People need the opportunity to have access to water. We have addressed the issue. I think the major issue that people have that I've heard is that they don't necessarily want to hook up, and I believe it's a very small percent. This is an overwhelmingly popular initiative with a preponderant number of people that are for this. And if they don't want to hook up, we've worked with the county, we've made excellent compromises. As the county said today, we get 10 years from having the line come in. They may work on another 10 for us, and there's certainly a variance procedure. So if a lot of folks don't want water by 2042, there's again a variance procedure, and that's a pretty good compromise for where we are. So I believe that issue is addressed. There's no question that the wells are not as secure as they were in 1980. And Mr. Pistorino knows better than anybody else, having studied Biscayne Bay and been the engineer on that task force, that it's only a matter of time before we run into an emergency, and we'll do that. Relative to anything that we've heard on the political aspects of this, I have been engaged in Pinecrest since 1996, and we've been working on this problem the entire time. Every time I ran for re-election, I promised one thing: I would work to get water. It's 25 years later, and the day has come. And so I'm assuming that the folks who did not like the message where I said in 2006 that I would that I was working for water, I'm assuming they didn't vote for me anyway, and they would not vote for me again. But neither here nor there. Whatever, this is an extremely popular issue. We've addressed the hookups. We need fire hydrants. That's my position on the whole thing. I just want to reiterate it after all the argument is done. And I agree with Daniel. We see through the haze, the anonymous haze that's out there of misdirection and those types of things. And again, this is wildly popular. I think I've probably not seen an issue that's more popular in Pinecrest in the last 25 years than this. I mean, a handful of people who have a legitimate issue that we were able to address. We've got it nearly everybody. So if there's any other comments, if not, we'll take a motion. Anybody?
I think we discussed it at nauseum, and the resolution passed with a 5-0 vote
Everybody co-sponsored.
last month, and it was all co-sponsored. I think we all support it. I actually, interestingly, went through and just did a quick tally of just emails that came into my city email address, not even text messages or emails to my personal email addresses. I had 121 emails in the last month from people directly subject to the special assessment. Of those 121 individual correspondents, 106 of them were enthusiastic and positive and congratulated us and thanked us for having voted for the special assessment, and 15 were negative. And of the 15 that were negative, 7 of them didn't have an issue with the assessment per se. They simply didn't want to be forced to hook up to me. So,
Which we addressed.
So nothing's changed, except it sounds to me like more and more people are happy that this is coming and the problem's going to be solved.
I published my number in the newspaper, and I get more calls on peacocks than I did on this issue, against this issue, right? I mean, literally a handful. My number's in the Miami Herald, as is yours, and I got less, like three telephone calls. And the issue was, I just don't want to hook up. When I tell them you got at least 10 years, oh, thank you very much. non-issue. Anybody else?
I just say, look, the only way to avoid controversy is to say nothing and do nothing, right? Aristotle said that. I understand there are those that have reservations. I hope that their feelings are allayed somewhat by Mr. Cooley and Durham's presentation. And I'm pleased to learn, if I understood correctly, that those who have reservations can actually request a variance from the Environmental Quality Control Board to
Yes.
never connect. So I think we need to seize this opportunity to lay the groundwork for the day that the wells are not an option.
So I
would, so we have to, I think,
Get a motion.
can we move all three of the items?
No,
at
let's do them
once,
one
or
by
do we
one.
them
Let's
by
just do
one?
them one by one. I
Yeah.
think the debates.
You're on 8A right now, which is
All
the
right, so
first resolution.
I'll move 8A.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Nick, Tito,
Councilmember Abbott,
Yes.
Councilmember Del Prado,
Yes.
Councilmember Hokumer,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kraft,
Yes.
Mayor Cordino.
yes. Nick,
Motion carries. The resolution's adopted. You're now on item 8B.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Motion and a second.
Councilmember Abbott,
Yes.
Councilmember Del Prado,
Yes.
Councilmember Hokumer,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kraft,
Yes.
Mayor Cordino.
Yes.
Motion carries. The resolution is adopted. You're now on item 8C.
I'll move it.
Second.
That was Councilmember Abbott.
I moved in
Did you want?
Councilmember Abbott
Okay.
seconded.
Councilmember Abbott,
Yes.
Councilmember Del Prado,
Yes.
Councilmember Hokumer,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kraft,
Yes.
Mayor Cordino.
Yes.
Motion carries. The resolution is adopted.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Commissioner Regalado, thank you, and your staff, excellent work. Thank you for all your support and educating us on what we need to do. Congratulations to the Village of Pinecrest. We were able to solve a 25-year problem in an extremely productive way. And thanks to the citizens of Pinecrest who all behaved as we expect, well, most of us who behaved in the way we expected them to behave, which was with dignity and class. Thank you very much. That's what makes us Pinecrest. So we'll go to our 7 p.m. I apologize to the 7 p.m. folks for the time certain planning hearing. We'll move to that right now and we'll address that. Then we'll get back to the rest of the agenda.
Give me 1 second.
All right.
Let me shuffle some of these people in and out. Okay. So you are on hearing 2021-0608-1, the applicant BFI Pinecrest LLC and GFB Enterprises LLC are requesting approval of a conditional use permit and a site development plan for the development of an automobile sales building and insurance office pursuant to the requirements of the land development regulations, including Division 3.3 and 3.4, acceptance of a declaration of restrictive covenants in lieu of a unity of title, unifying the two adjoining parcels located at 10601 and 10661 Pinecrest Parkway, and providing for restrictions governing the use of subject property and proposed development. And the release of one declaration of restrictions recorded in Miami-Dade County Official Records Book 293 pages 3434-3446, and 2, the amendment to Declaration of Restrictions recorded in the Official Records Book 31268 pages 4891-4898 with respect to the subject property located at 10601 and 10661 Pinecrest Parkway. This is a quasi judicial proceeding. Anyone that will be giving testimony needs to be sworn in. If you intend to give testimony, would you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth? You can hear from the applicant, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
So Joe, I want to just say
Yes,
that
sir.
I want to disclose, I've spoken to the architect, their architect on record about their landscaping and working with our planning director and going over their landscape plan. I did reach out to them. He asked, and we discussed different options and things for that. And I don't think I've spoken to Melissa about this particular project. Yeah, so.
And I need to disclose that I did speak with Melissa Tafanis about this project.
I spoke with the neighbors and the app. Left you out of the loop. Good luck. You're in it now.
I did go take a look, but just looked around.
I apologize. We'll call you next time.
Anybody?
Nobody.
All right, whenever you're ready.
Mr. Clark?
Yes, ma'am.
Presentation.
I'm
Thank you so
sorry.
much.
At least the clicker's working tonight.
It went well. It went well, right?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, Melissa Tapanez with law offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, Miami. I'm representing GFE Enterprises LLC and BFI Pinecrest LLC, the owners of the property at 10601 and 10661 Pinecrest Parkway. The owners' representatives are on via Zoom, and Chris Roberts will be joining us in person momentarily. Aris Garcia, our project architect with Wolfberg Alvarez is here, as well as my colleague Cecilia Torres Toledo. Consistent with positive staff recommendations before you, we respectfully request your approval of this conditional use permit, site plan, acceptance of a proffered covenant in lieu of unity of title, and the release of the covenant that is for the south parcel, just as it relates to this north parcel. And we can explain that through the presentation. Yes, it is. So Bean Auto is a family-owned business that began servicing the Pinecrest community in 1969. For decades, it's been essential to the unique village charm that makes Pinecrest. Bean's Auto's commitment to excellence enables them to grow from a modest family business to an impressive campus of auto dealerships in both Pinecrest and in West Kendall. Today, Bean Automotive is a major employer in the village and one of the largest contributors to the village's tax base. Bean Auto is also a proud member and good corporate citizen of the village, continuously showing up for the Pinecrest community by donating to many of the local entities that make the village special. Today, we are seeking approval of this latest addition to the Bean Auto family, which is a small single-story pre-owned Lexus dealership that will complement the existing new car Lexus of Kendall dealership right across the canal. The pre-owned Lexus dealership will be built across 2 parcels of land. The reason why they're under separate ownership is that they have a separate history that we'll talk about in a few moments. The properties are zoned BU1A and are part, of course, of Pinecrest's major corridor. The property has a long history of intense commercial uses. From 1972 into the 1980s, the parcel at 10661 housed a restaurant and coincidentally a car dealership. The parcel at 10601 was a gas station, auto repair shop from 1961 to 2008. This use created environmental challenges on the parcel, which the applicant has been diligently working with Durham to address. For example, during September and October of 2013, Durham's remedial action plan was implemented and over 2,300 tons of contaminated soil were removed from the property and replaced with clean fill. Currently, existing levels of contaminants are not alarming and no remediation is being required by Durham, although we all continue to closely monitor the existing wells on the site. And that's the reason for the separate ownership to go along with that history. So as you can see, these commercial uses of a gas station, auto repair shop, and restaurant are far more intense than what we are proposing today as a pre-owned car dealership. It existed on the property long before the residential neighborhood of Pinecrest came to be. Persons who bought homes in this area were fully cognizant of the commercial nature of the Pinecrest Parkway corridor and the potential impacts that close proximity to US 1 could have on their homes. And this is 1966 when the gas station was open, 1971 when the property was fully developed and the residential development starts to take place around it. And this is 1972 where you can see that there's additional residential development. So many of us are familiar with the previously proposed plans. I thought to myself, should I mention this history? But I think it's important because it gets us to where we are today. The applicant had previously requested a 3-story project on this site. It included a height variance that was denied by the village council. Since then, the applicant has worked on designing a plan for the property that permits for the reasonable use of the property, as well as being respectful to the residential areas that have grown around it. The applicant has engaged in meaningful pre-application process with both the Department of Planning as well as the neighbors starting in September of 2020. Prior to each submittal to the village, the applicant requested and conducted Zoom meetings with the neighbors and the village of Pinecrest to understand concerns and address them to the best of our ability prior to each submittal. We were also responsive to the neighbors' emails and kept them informed of this process, the development plans as they were worked on, and we had a steady stream of productive communications between the neighbors, village staff, and the applicant until very recently. In March, the neighbors canceled a scheduled meeting and stated that they didn't want to move forward in working with the applicant. I'm sure you'll hear from some of them today and we'll respond to their commentary during our rebuttal. We would like to take this opportunity to show you our proposed development by highlighting how we earned planning department's positive recommendation and addressed each of the concerns that were raised. Specifically, we will address the building size, mass, and scaling, the bridge over the C100A canal, signage, operational restrictions, and the impact of mitigating conditions on the land through the landscape buffer that abuts the residential neighborhood. We'll also discuss traffic, access on Southwest 106th Street, and our traffic engineer, Joaquin Vargas, is here for any other questions that you may have. That traffic analysis has been reviewed by the village's consultants and accepted. Our final project that we're here before you fully complies with Division 3.3 of the village's land development regulations, is compatible and harmonious with the adjacent land uses, and employs proper mitigative techniques to curtail any adverse impact consistent with the village code. So you can see here the proposed site plan. You'll see it's a modest 1-story, 3,400 square foot building that will house Bean's Lexus pre-owned department and a small car insurance office. The development also includes 101 parking spaces, which will be used for customer parking and vehicle display. Employees will park at the existing Lexus dealership and walk to this new facility through the proposed bridge. As you can see, the building is sleek and modern, while the natural facade makes it compatible with the aesthetics outlined in the village's vision plan for the Parkway corridor plan. Most importantly, many of these aesthetics details were worked on with the planning department, from the color of the building, etc., to the actual facade work. You can see here the various elevations of the proposed development. What I think is most important is that the scale and massing of the proposed building is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood, even with the residential homes to the east. While the village code allows for a 25,000 square foot building over approximately 4 stories in height on the property, the applicant's proposal yields an FAR of 5%, where the code allows for 40% FAR. All of the homes neighboring the property have a substantially higher FAR than the proposed development. The applicant has sacrificed an overwhelming percentage of the land's development potential in order to nurture goodwill with the village and mitigate any impacts on the residential neighbors. Another unique feature, and this goes to all the various properties and how they were analyzed with that summary.
A very unique feature of this property is the proposal to include a bridge over the C100A canal. This bridge will be used exclusively by trained Lexus employees during normal hours of operation. Its purpose is to internalize all employee trips between the existing and proposed dealership, thereby keeping traffic off of US 1 and 106th Street. This is consistent with the village's policy of minimizing trips on US 1 to alleviate traffic congestion. The proposed bridge is fully compliant with the South Florida Water Management District's permitting criteria and has been designed so that the vehicles can be safely maneuvered at both ends of the bridge. You'll see in the materials before you, a fob-operated mechanical arm control will be installed at the north end of the bridge. Red stop and green go traffic signals will be at both approaches, and extensive signage will be included in order to ensure the safe passing of employees over this very short bridge. Further, to mitigate any visual impact to the neighbors, the applicant has proposed perhaps the most attractive bridge in the village of Pinecrest. It features arched aluminum guardrails and is adorned with perforated screen inserts, pilasters, and a stone finish, and has cohesive landscaping on both sides. The applicant also addressed concerns regarding signage. Under the current code, because the property is a corner parcel, the property may be allowed 2 30-foot pylon signs. In consideration of this conditional use permit, the applicant originally proposed a 19-foot sign to be compatible with the existing Lexus of Kendall sign. The applicant discussed the proposed sign height at a meeting with the planning director and the village manager, and has agreed to amend the proposal to be in line with the zoning in progress recommendation and ordinance of the council to further compromise and reduce the sign height from the 19 feet that were originally proposed to the 15 feet. As what we have proposed is, if the council approves that 15-foot sign maximum, of course, we would abide by it. However, if they do not, we would like the ability to have that 19-foot sign. Regardless, the 19-foot sign is over 33% less height than what is typical today on Pinecrest Parkway. The sign has been strategically placed at the northernmost boundary of the Bean Automotive campus. The goal is to welcome patrons onto the compound and distinguish the existing dealership from the proposed pre-owned car dealership. The sign location is crucial for signaling patrons traveling southbound on US 1 so that they may turn on 106th Street to enter the site. This alleviates further traffic congestion by preventing U-turns along US 1 at 110th Street. There's no reason to believe that the sign will serve as a beacon that entices non-patrons to enter 106th Street to avoid traffic on US 1. In fact, the Stanfield Funeral Home already has a sign placed at the same corner, at the opposite corner, and there's no increased traffic on US 1 or 106th Street that could be attributed to that sign. As part of the application, we've proffered a covenant in lieu of unity of title and a release of this property from the covenant that is for the south site. The release will allow for the development of the property pursuant to this proposed plan, leaving all other restrictions in place for that south property. The declaration will, this covenant in lieu of unity of title will impose operational restrictions to assure compatibility with the use of the surrounding residential neighborhood. We work closely with the planning director and the village attorney to carefully draft both of these instruments. Notable restrictions imposed by the covenant in lieu of unity of title include, of course, developing in substantial conformity to the proposed plan, no test drives or service drives permitted on 106th Street and or 110th Street east of US 1. The test drive route will exit the site, and this is the southern site or our site, the northern site on US 1, turn right on 104th Street, right on Palmetto Road, right on Killian Drive, and right on US 1 to re-enter the site. The test drive operations for sales associates are managed by the general managers of the facilities, and we have upgraded our abilities to manage these test drives through a proprietary electronic platform on iPads. So we want to ensure that we can enforce this test drive, which has been working well. Another provision in the covenant in lieu is to ensure that all tractor trailer deliveries and other similar delivery systems to the property shall be limited to the hours of 8 a.m. and 9 p.m. Sunday night through Friday night. These deliveries will be limited to the west side of the proposed building, and the goal is to shield any negative impact from the residences to the east. We've also, of course, included limitations on the bridge, only trained employees during normal hours of operations, no loudspeakers, microphones, or paging by amplified or electrified sounds permitted on the property. Another way the applicant has gone the extra mile to address neighbors' concerns is with the landscape buffering. We've provided not one, but two distinct landscaping plans. Option one is the applicant's original landscaping plan, which creates a thick and opaque landscape buffer by keeping the existing trees lining the rear property line with small leaf fuchsia and planting a row of 17 mass trees. Since mass trees are thin to ensure opaqueness and effective buffering, option one exceeds the code's minimum tree requirement. We've also provided an option two, and this was a direct response to the neighbors' comments during our January 11th meeting, where they expressed a desire to keep the existing areca palms as a buffer. Accordingly, option two lines the entire rear with areca palms. This plan meets the village's minimum tree requirement. We've also offered to donate these existing areca palms to our neighbors during construction so that they can create their own buffering on their end of the other side of the 6 to 8 foot wall. Finally, we'd like to discuss 106th Street. The applicant has addressed the neighbors' concerns regarding illegal right-hand turns from the property that's currently used as a temporary parking lot for the southern site. As a preliminary matter, I think it's important to just note that the proposed use does generate de minimis traffic. Our traffic study, which again has been peer reviewed by the village, shows that it's a total of 92 daily trips, including 7 morning peak hour trips and 13 afternoon peak hour trips. This, of course, is a conservative estimate and includes employee parking, which we've mentioned will be parking at the southern site. 92 trips is insignificant when compared to the historic uses of the property. Just to give you an idea, the former gas station and former restaurant would generate over 3,800 and 580 daily trips respectively. That's over 4,400 trips that this site was generating for decades. The proposed used car dealership will generate less than, or 4,300 less daily trips than these historic uses on the property. Also, all intersections except US 1 and 104th Street will continue to adequately operate with the proposed developments in place. The intersections of US 1 and 104th Street currently have some issues, but will continue to operate in that manner till 2022 when the proposed development is in place. It's important to note that the delay caused by the proposed development during the AM peak hour is less than a second, and our traffic engineer can answer any questions related to that issue. We recognize that there's been an enforcement issue with illegal right-hand turns from the property into the residential neighborhood. This illegal right-hand turn occurs due to a lack of stacking to turn out of the property and into US 1. To address this issue, the proposed development makes the access point on 106th Street ingress only, period. There will be no outward traffic from the site onto 106th Street. The goal is to reduce traffic in two ways. First, it ensures that all egress from the property occurs from US 1, from the new access point on US 1. This will create a dramatic reduction in the number of vehicles currently utilizing 106th Street, since it's the only access point in the temporary parking lot situation today. And again, no Bean employees will park on this site. Second, this will allow ingress on Southwest 106th Street. By doing this, we avoid the issue of patrons traveling southbound on US 1 having to make that that U-turn on US 1 and Southwest 110th Street in order to enter the site. This again relieves traffic on US 1. In conclusion, we have worked extensively to address all of the residents' concerns and present a project that, in accordance with the village's land development regulations, Division 3.3, is compatible and harmonious with the adjacent land uses. We are proud of the favorable staff recommendation from the planning director and your traffic engineer. Approval of this application is consistent with your comprehensive plan and the land development regulations. The working through those criteria are included in the hearing record, in our letter of intent, and in your professional staff recommendation. We agree to all the conditions outlined by Mr. Olmsted in his staff report. We respectfully request your approval of our 3 requests here today. Our team is available for any questions, and we respectfully request time for rebuttal.
Thank you. Good presentation. Does anybody have a question for Gavin?
Yeah, I have a question. So one of the issues that we've been talking about on 106th Street has been the presence of large tractor trailers idling there, sitting there, and blocking traffic, and making what is essentially forcing people who want to turn east off of US 1 onto 106th Street, make a blind turn into oncoming traffic in order to avoid the traffic. Or if they want to egress eastbound on 100th Street, make a blind death run up to the corner because you can't see whether anybody's coming up. So how is the applicant going to address the presence of these large idling tractor trailers just off of US?
And so the declaration of restrictions through the covenant in lieu has the restriction that, of course, Lexus of Kendall or any of our entities cannot utilize 106th Street for idling, standing, etc. We have contacted all of our vendors and associates that frequent the property and making them aware, and that has been working well. We've also stationed a porter at 106th Street to manage the day-to-day operations. What has happened is that you can imagine that folks who your car breaks down and you call a tow truck, and the tow truck literally has to drop off at the closest Toyota. Those tow truck drivers do not have a relationship with Lexus of Kendall. If they call in advance, we of course inform them of the requirement that they must enter the site on US 1. There is no reason for anybody to idle on 106th Street. However, the real issue is that US 1 is a high volume road. So under state law, when truck drivers, any driver, right, needs to stand, they stand on low volume roads, and that is not against the law. So what happens is, for purposes of public safety, if a truck driver, if a landscape maintenance truck, if a construction vehicle, if anybody wants to stand, they do that. And in fact, most recently, we've been working with the Village of Pinecrest, both code enforcement and police, to stop this from happening. Most recently, we were issued a notice of violation. When I say we, I mean the owners of the South property, because they are distinct legal entities. And we welcomed the violation, and we made it a point to challenge that violation before the special master, because we wanted to be very clear that what the issues are. And just yesterday, we were before the special magistrate of the Village of Pinecrest where this issue was adjudicated. And it was adjudicated in the sense that the ownership is not guilty. They cannot control who they cannot control. These are people, members of the public doing what is the law, right? To stand on public right of way, however annoying and inconvenienced that may be. Those are not those tow truck drivers are not associated with Lexus of Kendall.
But my specific concern is the tractor trailers.
Yep.
It's not tow trucks or smaller commercial vehicles, which of course can stand anywhere and really don't represent an obstacle. My concern is, how is Lexus addressing the inevitable frequent appearance of 48-foot-long tractor trailers carrying multiple vehicles? How are those tractor trailers going to access Lexus property? Where are they going to load and unload? In other words, how are they going to be stacked on the Lexus dealership, whether it's this new north property or the existing south property? What's the correct plan?
So these tractor trailers are not related to Lexus of Kendall. And in fact, we're not taking any deliveries at this pre-owned property. So the property that is subject to this quasi-judicial hearing will not be accepting any tractor trailers.
Okay.
It's a used car dealership. So we're hopeful that the development of the site will put eyes on the streets and prevent that, right? When we have actual employees, today we have a porter, most recently over the last several weeks. But in the future, we're gonna have full-time staff there. So those tractor trailers have nothing to do with this site in particular, because we're not accepting any tractor trailer or any deliveries to the site. The only deliveries for the pre-owned dealership will be a person going to the pre-owned dealership to sell their car and hopefully pick up a new Lexus. So it will be actual passenger vehicles. All deliveries will occur at the southern site.
Okay, so all the deliveries will occur on the southern site. And I noticed that in the stipulations that you presented, you were saying that if there were some sort of deliveries that were made to this new pre-owned vehicle site, it would happen on the west side. So I'm assuming that most of the parking that is in the plans will be occupied by used vehicles or pre-owned vehicles. I'm going to use the right terminology. And so whatever commercial vehicles will be making deliveries will be small enough to navigate through these pre-owned vehicles in the lane, come around to the west side and deliver on the west side or the opposite side, correct?
That is correct, but the delivery of the Western vehicles, that will be for people. They won't be for actual trucks because we don't anticipate that occurring. So it'll be actual people that will drop off, and that's where the drop-off location is, at the west side.
All right, fantastic. Thank you. Appreciate that clarification.
Any other questions?
Then I'm not understanding when what Anna is referring to, I think, is under the Declaration of Restricted Covenants. Under point number 11, it says all tractor trailer deliveries or other similar delivery systems of multi-automobiles to the property shall be limited to whatever, shall be limited to the west side of the proposed building.
Yes, that was there as a request from the planning department to limit.
But you're saying there will not be any tractor trailer.
We do not anticipate any tractor vehicles delivering here.
Yes, because what I think Councilmember Del Prado has figured out is there's no way a tractor trailer could fit in that parking lot. It couldn't navigate through the parking spots full of pre-owned vehicles as you have it drawn.
I don't think that's true.
No, it does meet auto turn.
A 48-foot tractor trailer could navigate through that parking lot?
It's gone through, we didn't study it for the tractor trailer. We actually study it for emergency vehicles. So it has adopted all it was approved by the fire department.
My specific concern, again, is because we've seen pictures, and I have seen, as a resident in Pinecrest, I have seen these very, very large, I actually went online and Googled how long they are, 48-foot tractor trailers holding up to 8 vehicles on double deckers, sitting on 106th Street, literally from 5 feet off US 1 and covering the entrance to what is now the parking lot, because it's being used. That is dangerous in any scenario. If those tractor trailers of cars are not related to Lexus, are you guys proffering that simply that people driving tractor trailers, cars around happen to be pulling over next to a Lexus dealership and they're not related to your commercial activities?
So what the last situation that occurred is a good example that I'll raise, and this is what was brought up at the code enforcement matter. There was, we all are familiar with Orlando and the large auctioneer location for used cars.
Right.
So what happens typically, and this is a situation that has been occurring, is that you'll have a large or a Pinecrest resident, right, buy a at auction a car that then is brought in one of those large tractors to Miami, and it gets dropped off at Lexus for its typical warranty work before being delivered to the end user. In those cases, typically, they would call, right? If you're driving down from Orlando and you are delivering a car, most drivers will call ahead and let them know, and that's where we inform them of the procedure, which there is no reason to be on 106th Street, except if you're just standing there.
Right.
So those would go into the Lexus of Kendall, the southern site. What happens is that everybody calls, and then that is what takes place, unfortunately. So as part of this, we have signs up that we've put on. We've got a porter now trying to prevent that. We're hopeful that the development of the site will keep people actually eyes on the street and avoid that altogether, thinking that there's actual commercial activity taking place and they can't just stand in the middle of the street. There is no reason for them to stand in the middle of the street.
So hypothetically, the employees that are working at the pre-owned vehicle section would see this large, unmistakable
Correct.
tractor trailer idling in the wrong spot and come out and tell it where to go. Right?
Correct. So now we have a
it wouldn't
porter
be
doing
creating
that, and we're hopeful that this is going to become something of a thing of the past. That is the hope. That is the hope. Mr. Roberts is here if you have any questions for him.
Anything else?
But I want to say that this whole discussion took place yesterday before the special master as well on this issue. And you can't control people that you can't control. We can definitely control our employees, our vendors, but these things happen. And we see them all driving in Miami and Pinecrest, people standing in the middle of the street.
How do we stop Amazon?
That's not, we're not dealing with that right now. That's another subject.
And lawnmower.
Anybody else,
lawn
any
equipment.
further questions on this one? Okay, with that, you want to turn it over to Mr. Olmsted to give the staff report?
Yeah, good evening, members of the Village Council and Village Manager, Village Clerk. This is Steve. I'm Steve Olmsted, Planning Director for the Village of Pinecrest. Staff has reviewed the applicant's request for a conditional use permit and for approval of a site development plan, and also the declaration of restrictive covenants in lieu of unity of title, and the proposed release of conditions, particularly condition 12, solely condition 12 related to the South Lexus of Kendall property on the south side of the C-100 canal. The proposed use is a conditionally permitted use in the BU1A General Business Development Zoning District, which allows the Village Council to impose reasonable conditions necessary to meet the criteria for approval of a conditional use. And those criteria are explained in the staff report. You have a staff report and recommendations with regard to each of the items on the agenda this evening. I'd like to take a couple of minutes just to touch upon some highlights if I could. So with regard to ingress and egress, the applicant is proposing to move the existing entrance at the temporary parking lot to the east just a little bit, and then would limit turns to right turn in and left turn in only from Southwest 106th Street. So it's going to be ingress only, and right turn in and right turn out at a second driveway adjacent to US 1. Calvin Giordano has reviewed the traffic study. Staff has reviewed the traffic study. And the proposed development is in compliance with the village's transportation concurrency requirements. With regard to the alley, you'll recall that the village council deferred a final decision regarding the need for an alley until the time of development plan review this evening. The applicant has provided rationale as to why an alley at the rear of the development should not be required and why the requirements would not be applicable in this case. And it's the applicant's opinion that the proposed development, although there is a subdivision plat that has been approved by the village council, that it doesn't actually constitute a subdivision of property. So there are two parcels that will be joined through a covenant in lieu of unity of title, and they'll be maintained as one unit. Together, they'll comprise one unified development site. The applicant's proposing a 24-foot wide drive aisle at the rear of the property that serves the same function as an alley. And we believe that that is what is being shown is consistent with the definition of an alley. So we concur with the applicant and their position. The traffic consultant, Calvin Giordano, has reviewed the need for an alley and has commented in their staff report. The applicant is also proposing a bridge that would connect the property on the north side of the C-100 canal with the property located to the south, Lexus of Kendall. And it's proposed to be a one-way bridge allowing one-way traffic at any one time, limited to the employees of the dealership only. It will not be accessible to customers or members of the public, and access will be controlled in either direction by a remote controlled fob that the employees will control to open and close the gate on the one end. So it's a one-story building that will be is proposed to be 25.25 feet in height. And the proposed development meets, in our opinion, meets all the criteria for approval of a conditional use permit, site development plan, all the requirements of the land development regulations with regard to height, setbacks, landscaping, green space, pervious and impervious coverage, et cetera. And so our recommendation is for approval with conditions. You have our staff report, and I'd be glad to review any of those conditions with you if you'd like, or to read them into the record.
We got them. They're in the record.
So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to address them. And I believe Calvin Giordano is available this evening. They're either in the hearing, either in the council chambers or on the Zoom call, if you have any questions regarding the traffic study.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Olmsted? So basically, Steve, it fits all the parameters of the zoning code, and it's approvable, and we've layered 19 conditions on top of all that.
Yes, sir.
And we worked with the neighbors to develop the 19 neighbors and the applicant to develop the 19 conditions, and everybody's on the same page.
Well, at the beginning of the process, we did meet with the applicants in a telephone conference, and I've received several email messages from the residents, and most of those are included in your packet, and the most recent correspondence has been provided to you in an email for inclusion in the public record. As I've indicated in the staff report, I believe the applicants are concerned about the ingress and egress on Southwest 106th Street. They have raised the alley issue as an issue of concern. They have raised what they consider to be recent code violations that have been addressed by staff. Those are the primary issues that have been identified by the applicant. So I don't think all of their concerns have been resolved necessarily, but you'll hear from the public this evening.
Okay, thank you. Anything else for Mr. Olmsted? All right. So So with that, we'll open the public hearing see if you guys want to comment on the application. So if you're here, Guido, is there anybody online?
No one online, sir.
Okay, so just here in the room. So you're welcome to tell us what you think.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, Mr. Olmsted, the village attorney, manager, everyone in the room, all the residents watching on YouTube as I was doing on my way here. Thank you for that service, making that hearing available.
You could hear everything on there?
Yes, I could hear. Yeah, I saw the comments that folks couldn't hear in the beginning, but you clearly remedied that concern. All right, where to begin? So to address some concerns that were made at a prior hearing, I believe it was on December 8th, and more recently, by the way, I'm sorry, Kevin Probst, 7762 Southwest 106 Terrace. So I am the owner of half a duplex that abuts the proposed development. This is for me and my neighbor, Mark Alter, who I believe is on his way here or trying to get here, and my wife, Mercedes Kubian. This is not an issue of NIMBY, not in my backyard, because in fact, when we purchased our property 10 years ago, Lexus, I'm sorry, rather, well, no, it's Lexus. We can see Lexus and Toyota. We can see the existing car dealership. So if we were opposed, adamantly opposed against living near or being able to look across the canal and see a car dealership, we clearly would not have purchased our property, which we have thoroughly enjoyed over the past 10 years, notwithstanding the concerns that you've heard about and that I continue to email folks about and call code compliance and all those things that feel like a huge waste of my time, but aren't, unfortunately. It's a necessity, right? Because if no one calls in, it never happened, right? There's no problem because no one's calling. But God, is it annoying. And it hasn't improved. If anything, the issues have worsened in the past year, ironically, right? Because you think they'd all want to be on their best behavior, right? Trained employees. God, I hope that the employees that are going to be trained to drive over the bridge, I hope they're better trained than the sales folks who I can only guess and hope that they're trained not to conduct test drives on 106.
Kevin, just point the
So
directed
sorry,
directed
Mayor.
at me.
Yeah, so sorry.
Right,
It's not, because it's not personal.
Right,
These are all
exactly.
wonderful people.
Exactly.
I have nothing against Lexus. Some of my closest friends drive Lexuses. Perhaps one day I will as well. I miss my Toyota Prius. And you guys have some great service managers over at Toyota. So it's certainly not personal in that respect against them, but it's personal because it's my home and it's my family and it's my quiet enjoyment, peaceful enjoyment of our neighborhood. And just the amount of lip service, with all due respect, that I've heard over the years now, it's just insulting, is what it is. Now, you guys might think you have a difficult job. Actually, you may not. In my perspective, from my perspective, you don't have a difficult decision to make here tonight because you all know, and I don't need to tell you, right? You took an oath to uphold all the regulations, right? The Constitution, Florida state laws, Miami-Dade County, and Pinecrest land development regulations. And under the regulations, an alley is required. This is a subdivision. An alley is required. Now, do I want an alley? Which really isn't even the question. I'm also not pro drag races on Friday nights, which came up in December, right? I'm not the president of the drag race fan club, and that's really why I want an alley, because honestly, I don't think I do want an alley. What I want, what I insist, and I implore you, council members, in executing your duties faithfully, is to ensure that any proposed development, any application and petition for conditional use, for a site plan, for a plat, complies with the regulations. Period. Tonight, if anything, we should be discussing and considering a site plan with an alley. But it's not an either or scenario. And I'm not really sure how that seems to have came up in December, the December 8th hearing, I believe it was. I don't believe it's an either or scenario. And just for, I won't say for the fun of it, but more for preparation, of course, I went back and I listened today to that hearing. And to your credit, Mayor, you, on numerous occasions, starting at 1 hour, 52 minutes, 50 seconds, quote, nothing prevents us from getting the alley in eventuality if we can't come to an agreement on certain things. Actually, the applicant's attorney responded, 100%. We're just asking for a deferral. We're not asking for a waiver or variance or anything else. Interesting, right? It's my belief that she made that statement, the attorney made that statement, because she's fully aware of the fact that the regulations don't contemplate or allow for a waiver or a variance in this situation. This clearly doesn't. I mean, in the, I think, unlikely event that someone needs to be reminded of the rule in Division 8.1. I'm sorry, 8.2C. I'll read it just in part. Alleys shall be required along rear lot lines of commercial subdivisions and shall be a minimum of 20 feet. I know we talked a lot about the 20 feet in December. They shall be required, not shall be considered. Shall be required. And I'm sorry I don't have the site with me tonight. Perhaps the village attorney or someone else here in the room can provide it tonight. Otherwise, I'm happy to provide it tomorrow or in the near future if necessary. But Florida courts have held that if an applicant or a municipality, a legislative body, the council for that matter, doesn't like a particular regulation, doesn't agree with it, doesn't think it's reasonable, doesn't think it provides a public purpose or a private function, which we all know, I think most of us should know, you can't read that into a regulation or a statute. Strict compliance is required. Strict compliance. An alley is required, and it's not either or. It's not either come up with a plan that includes an alley or landscaping and buffering. No, you don't get to pick and choose. So again, I wanted to finish. I thought I'm not against Lexus, not against development. I am against, especially deep pockets, but anyone, especially those with deep pockets and influence, trying to persuade and give credit where credit's due. Their attorney has done an amazing job. Arguably, in my humble opinion, has been a much more effective attorney than the previous one, who almost got them the variance that they were hoping for, right? Some of you may recall the zoning board approved it over staff's recommendation because the petition or application for the variance, has it really been almost 4 or 5 years now in 2017? It's my recollection that, as acknowledged by the staff report at the time, that request for the variance failed to meet any of the criteria for approval. And yet the zoning board at the time decided rather than following staff's recommendation, rather than following the letter of the regulations, not this, let's go with the spirit, not even the spirit really, but let's just decide for ourselves what is reasonable. Is this a reasonable request? Yeah, we think it is reasonable. Honestly, probably at the time, I probably thought it sounded pretty reasonable too. It's not the standard. It wasn't as if, in this case, for example, an alley
So Kevin,
shall be
your
required
point
if
is,
reasonable.
of all the, what you're saying is the alley. You need you want the alley.
I'm sorry?
You want the alley.
No, Mayor, I think I also already mentioned, so thanks for allowing me the opportunity to clarify. It's not that I want or do not want an alley. I want us as a village, as a people, I want my council to, when considering an application or a request or a petition, to follow the letter of the regulations, make decisions in conformity with the regulations. And even throughout the conditional use approval, the conditional use shall be permitted only upon a finding that the proposed use satisfies the provisions of this division and the land development code. Well, the application for the conditional use doesn't technically meet the provisions of the division and land development code because they're proposing to develop a used pre-owned sales facility with an insurance office that, if you really want to go back, in 2017, when they obtained approval for the preliminary plat, it was conditioned upon, so they were on notice as far back as 2017, that even that approval was conditioned upon the final plat.
Okay, I understand. So-
Including the
so
requirement.
We understand.
And
So-
you agreed to defer it to tonight.
Okay.
And so I'll move on. So clearly, the village would be making a decision subject to an immediate appeal or request for injunction if they were to approve the site plan or issue any further approvals on this proposed development in light of the fact that doing so would be in violation of the village's own
Yeah, all right, so
regulations.
I understand that. Let's
Okay,
move on. So
great.
let's
So-
get the other folks to get up here and have their saying. We'll go back and debate that. So you would sue over the alley, all 19 conditions, all the type of stuff in the thing, and you're threatening a lawsuit over the fact that the alley. We
Yeah,
can't work
myself
that-
and some of my neighbors would
Okay.
absolutely give every consideration
Okay,
because.
good. I got you. I understand.
That's one point, Your Honor, if I may.
You may.
Thank you. Is with respect to the applicant's request to, for approval of the proposed declaration and release of existing restrictions. In the staff memo, it states that the staff had no objection, but pending, subject to review and approval by the village attorney. So I think it would be premature and improper for the village, for the council to rule on or make any decisions regarding those three requests until the public has an opportunity to review the village's position and comment accordingly and prepare comments accordingly. And on that, I'll rest.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, anybody else from the public want to speak? Unless you afterwards will do your rebuttal. Okay, perfect. That would be awesome. But let's, that would be so, I would enjoy that. So, thank you.
I'm not an attorney. My name's Kathy Nordland, and I live at 7761 Southwest 106 Terrace. My brother and I, Robert Corso, bought the duplex over 45 years ago. I was born and raised in Pinecrest. I'm not a fancy attorney, don't make the big bucks. I don't give $800,000 in taxes. I think my taxes are a lot, but I understand the village a lot more than what I pay. And I just want to talk to you as a homeowner and what it means to me and my family. So first of all, I have to say our trust has been broken, Lexus. And the attorney says, oh, well, they canceled the meeting in March and, you know, we wanted to meet with them and all that. Well, we've had Zoom meetings with them. And what happens is they come in with a beautiful presentation and everything looks good and we share our feelings and they go, yeah, and nothing. We go to the next meeting, go through the same thing. By the third time, it's like, what's the use? You're gonna do what you wanna do, it really doesn't matter. And I think overall, the homeowners have been very, very cooperative. We didn't object to them putting a used car lot there with the one-story building. Didn't object to the lights. Didn't object, they want to do a wall landscaping. We just said, if you have to take out the Eureka palms and put your own wall, explain that they had to do that. Let's put something there that can give us privacy. Our duplex is affected more than any other duplex. It runs the whole property line. Our bedroom is about 4 feet from the wall, so we're looking right into Lexus. So having a buffer was important. So we recommended the Lucia.
Was that accomplished? Did you get your buffer?
So we agreed to what they wanted. We have agreed to everything. They want their wall, fine. The landscaping, we said, we made a suggestion, the Lucia, because my yard, it grows fast, it's cheap, and it gives a good buffer. I don't know what they're doing. I saw some. So we have agreed to everything. There's two things that we feel are very important. 106th Street is the main issue for the home. I walk in the evening. Most of our neighbors have dogs. They walk up and down the sidewalk. And 106th Street is a nightmare. Not blaming it all on Lexus. It's because 104th Street. So now they use 106th Street as a cut. Now we have Lexus on top. And whether it's 1 car, 2 car, 3 cars, that's way too many because we can't handle what we have. I can't get into my cul-de-sac because the traffic is totally backed up. So 106th Street is a problem. Our faith has been broken because I personally have sent so many emails, so many pictures of their employees making illegal turns. I have their cars, I have their license plate. That tells me Lexus can't even manage their own employees if they can't stop their employees from making illegal turns coming out of 106th Street, which comes into our neighborhood. So now they say, we'll call the police. I hate to have Pinecrest police go out there. I think it's the responsibility of Lexus to control their employees. So now we have police out there and we call them to give them tickets. And I've seen them giving them tickets. And I think it's a waste of time of ours. So now, nothing has been done. She can come up here and say, oh, but we're looking into this and we're going to change. Last week, we had, I think Kevin sent an email of another truck. This is after numerous, and I thank you very much, Councilmember, for telling me call the police. And I told you in the email, I hate to do that. But you said, no, that's their job. You need to do that. So that's what we've been doing. So you have semi up until last week. And that blocks the way. And as you shared with everyone, it's dangerous because you have cars that are coming around. So is Lexus saying, well, that's not coming from the used car lot. Well, where's it coming from? What about the new car lot? Where are they unloading and taking those cars? It is the responsibility. I stopped and as I walked there in the afternoons, I talked to one of the truck drivers. Who are you working for? Who are you unloading cars for? Lexus. So it's their responsibility. They're not. So our trust, they can't even do that. What do we have to look forward to down the line? So 106th Street is a main issue. My personal other main issue is the entrance and exit off Southwest 100th. I'm so confused now because they have changed it so many times. Oh, it's only going to be an, no, it's only going to be an exit. No, it's going to be entrance and exit. Oh, well, they only can come off US 1. No, well, they're going to come off 77th Avenue. I have no idea at this point.
It's only an entrance now, right, Melissa?
But it's an entrance coming from US 1 and it's an entrance coming from 77th Avenue.
Melissa,
From
can
the
you
west
clarify
and
that?
the east. That was my understanding. So let me finish and then.
Okay.
Because I'm not going to get in that. I'm not an attorney.
No. I was asking the questions. I don't want you to, we're not going to have you guys debate one another. I was just trying to clarify that in my mind. So I
Because I don't want to
understood.
go up against.
No, we're not
Till
going
I
to put
get
you,
my
believe,
law degree.
no, we're absolutely not.
And I'm too old.
We would not.
So go ahead.
Look,
No, public.
Okay. don't let
yes,
me-
please go ahead. Just go
Okay,
ahead. Just
so
forget it.
that is a main issue. And what I don't understand, Toyota, their entrance and exit is off of US 1. Lexus new car dealership, their entrance and exit is off of US 1. Toyota borders 110th Street. You didn't ask them to make an entrance and exit off 110th Street. That's a residential. You're only asking on 106th Street. That is going to bring so much more traffic. And on top of it, you are now going to put a sign that says Lexus on the corner of Southwest 100th. So you're driving down, you want to go to Lexus, you see the sign, you're going to turn down 106th Street. That's where the sign is. And so what upsets me too is their rebuttal is, if they don't like it, we'll just put a bigger sign because we're allowed to. That's not working. You know, that's not working with the neighbors. Put a sign at the entrance and exit off of US 1, like the new car lot has and like Toyota. Why should the used car lot be needed? That would prevent people thinking, okay, the entrance is off Southwest. That's our, kind of become a main thoroughfare. That's our residential street. That's where I take my granddaughter for a walk. That's where we walk our dogs. You know, you guys don't live in that neighborhood, so you go home after you make it. She doesn't live in our neighborhood. She runs this case, she goes home, stay there, and we live there. So for me, I think those are pretty much my main issues is the sign on Southwest 106th Street. Why can't they put it at the entrance like the new car lot and Toyota at the entrance and exit off of US 1? Not having trust that they're going to stop the trucks, that they're going to stop the test drives, and they're going to stop the illegal turns. They haven't done it as of yet. Who says they're going to do it? I think for me, that's probably the main thing. This is my home. And I hope you guys understand that, you know, we want peace and harmony and quiet, and we've agreed to everything. We have not said, no, we don't want that one-story building. We want you to do it. We haven't objected to anything. The sign and using 106th Street as a loading area and an entrance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
I'm Robert Corso.
Hey, Robert.
I've always hated my sister because she speaks better than I do. Just 2 points, quick points. I think on 106th Street, if we had some signs, no loading, truckers don't know. They're down that street, you see them. Remember, the used car department's not even open when we're having a problem. No loading, no parking, just some signs to let them know not to stop. I'm in Coral Gables, Mercedes. We had to buy a lot 5 miles away from the dealership. So I know about it. Big expense, but we had to do that. Load our dealership. We buried the cars back and forth. We had to we had to do that. Maybe they should look at it. Got to do it. We're in a residential area. They're in a residential. I think if we put some signs on 106, And the sign is a big thing, just like the Lexus sign is at the entrance. Whatever sign is at the entrance, used cars should be at the entrance. That would help us.
Thank you very much. Anybody else want to speak on it? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Okay, you're up.
I'm sorry, I'd just like to address some of the neighbors' comments. The first one being the alley, and I'd like to read an excerpt from the Land Development Regulations 8.2 C, which was referenced, and I want to read it in its entirety for the record. Alley shall be required along rear lot lines of commercial subdivisions and shall be a minimum of 20 feet in width. Alley shall not be permitted in residential districts. No dead-end alley shall be permitted. Alley intersections and sharp changes in alignment shall be avoided, and dead-end alleys are prohibited. Fire lanes have a minimum paved width of 20 feet. That is the regulation that is in question here. It's very clear that this is not a commercial subdivision. It is two existing parcels of land under a covenant in lieu of unity of title, where one building is on one of those parcels, period. This is not a commercial subdivision. This provision simply does not apply for the logical reasons that of the reason why we're not even providing it, because usually you have an alley to service numerous commercial establishments, and that is the purpose of an alley. We're not asking for a variance or a waiver. We ask for it to be deferred so that we could present this plan so that everyone would be assured that we were not creating a commercial subdivision, which is clear in the plan before you. The other point of this provision is it says very clearly, no dead alley shall be permitted, right? It's specifically prohibited. This property dead ends into a canal. And if we were to provide the alley and it would exit onto US 1, we would be in violation of the other provision, alley intersections and sharp changes in alignment shall be avoided, right? So it's very clear that reading this provision in its entirety simply makes it inapplicable, and that is what the village's professional staff has provided for. And I want to put that very clearly in the record. The second item is the landscape buffer. The option A is the one that provides the clusia, which has been provided and is what is being recommended by the planning department. The third item, 106th Street. Quite simply, 106th Street is not a residential street. It intersects with Pinecrest Parkway. The proposed plan before you is a significant reduction from the historical uses trip generation. This used to be a gasoline station at this intersection where gas tankers would be on 106th Street as well. We are proposing ingress only to avoid the idea of anybody utilizing 106th Street to exit into the residential community, with the idea that by entering the site from 106th Street, it would be simply Pinecrest residents who want to enter the site and avoid US 1. There's no exit, so that there's no way to avoid leaving the site through 106th Street.
The entrance is also from the west as well, right? You could come up US 1, get onto 106 and come in.
Correct. And that's the reason for the signage, right? So for southbound traffic to be aware that there is that ability to turn into 106th Street into the site and avoid the U-turn at 110. And that's the other item that I think is really important regarding the signage location and why, for purposes of wayfinding, which is the reason to have signage, because it's not about advertising here. We're providing a very diminished sign of simply 15 feet. To address the issue is why at the existing new car dealership, why there is no exit on 110. The answer is simple. That existing car dealership has 6 curb cuts on US 1, 2 of which have open medians to allow for southbound traffic into the site without requiring U-turns. It's simply a much larger site with a lot more curb cuts than we're proposing here, which is 1 on US 1 and 1 on 106th Street for entrance only. We do ferry cars from our West Kendall facility to the new existing car dealership. As we've mentioned, The tow truck issue on 106th Street, we're working with a porter. We understand that it's an inconvenience. It is a commercial use and it's consistent with state law to have standing on these low volume roads, which is why the police doesn't ticket these drivers. It's simply the safest way to deal with this situation, but not one that Lexus of Kendall encourages. And in fact, we have taken amongst ourselves to reach out to all the vendors in order to comply with the development order conditions and the declaration of restrictions. And that issue was adjudicated by the special master, and we were found to be in compliance with the development order. So available for any questions, and we're committed to working with our neighbors moving forward. I will put in my November 16, 2020 letter dealing with the final plat, since Mr. Props is interested in litigation.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Any questions? Doug?
Mayor, I have a comment.
Yeah, oh, yes, sir. Go, let's have Stephen give a comment and then we'll, hold on, we'll close the public hearing. Let's have the planning director comment. We'll debate.
Yeah, thank you. Just with regard to the declaration of restrictive covenants and the proposed release of condition 12, those documents have been provided to has been discussion with the village attorney between the applicants and planning staff. And I believe certainly more than one telephone conversation. That's a condition that we've included in the staff report, review and approval of those documents by the village attorney. Just it's standard to allow the village attorney to review the final document, make sure it's consistent that the document that has been submitted to the village council, et cetera. Just a belt and suspenders approach to making sure we've crossed all the T's and dotted all the I's, but the village attorney has reviewed that document.
Thanks, Steve. Doug?
What is for Melissa, I heard a mention about there's been a lot of employees making right turns out of that, but I think you told us earlier, the council, that this will no longer be an employee parking lot.
That's correct.
So there won't even be employees parked there anymore.
Correct. And there will be no exit.
So in essence, that issue's off the table.
That is what we definitely intended to do by prohibiting exit altogether.
So you're not going to park employees where you need to park all the used cars. You're going to park used cars there to sell. You're not going to let employees park their cars there to sell their cars.
Correct.
Yeah, somebody might buy that car.
Exactly. That and customer parking, where we hope they'll drop off their cars so that we can then sell them.
Where are the employees? I'm sorry, Doug. I was just going to say, where are the employees going to park then if they're not in that lot?
Now
anymore?
that construction is complete, they're going to be parking at the existing dealership, the new garage.
Got it.
The other one was Joe for the. I have 30 years I've been here. I have 8 family members now living and driving in Pinecrest every day.
Your government drives more traffic than anybody else.
Yeah.
Higher trip generation than this site.
So
I want a trip generation report on the craft.
Told my
residents.
companions up here earlier, I had a lot in insurance for auto insurance. So
You're gonna get a lot of calls tomorrow from insurance.
I use 106 probably every day because lived here forever and I just know that 104th is horrible. And I don't consider it as a cut through. I've heard that term 30 years here in town, oh, it's a cut through, but it's a public road that I get to use too. And I think that my family uses it because is it fair that we don't use 106 or 110th, which I use a lot because 112 and 104th for all of my family to get east? Is it fair that everybody just goes down 104th? Then the 104th people are mad. Because when I don't go down 104th, the 104th Street people that live on that street are relieved because I'm going 106 to 77 to 112 and vice versa 110th and vice versa 112. Sometimes I go to 120th or even before that, where the Milam's is. I make a right there. I think the chief said we have 32 exits and entrances. This was for our cameras, our traffic cameras that we wanted to put, police cameras. With 32 entrance and exits out of Pinecrest. So I think they're all just public roads. We all use them. Anybody that's lived here any extensive point in time is, like I said, between my family members, we probably use all of those 32 in any given week. So it was just my personal experience with 106.
Well, to your point, let me ask this.
Oh, and one, I'm sorry that you brought
No,
that
no.
up. I just want to, so I had it written down too. Was about the alley. I would, Mitch, are you there? Mitch? This is our village. Yeah, our village attorney. I would ask him, I would like to ask, does this council have the right to not allow the alley? In your legal opinion, you got to give us that advice. We don't have
Yes.
to put that alley in.
Yes. My opinion is under these circumstances, because of the fact that you can't actually have an alley there that, because the alley ends in a body of water, you can do as the planning director has recommended. And
So I would just like Joe to make the comment that I myself have taken that advice from our village attorney, who I think we hired and are very good attorneys. They have given us the advice of saying, yes, we don't have to allow them to have an alley. So the idea that, Joe, you're on.
You know, let the council, we close the public. No. Well, I'll recognize you in the appropriate time. Let him finish his.
Joe, I would just like to say that now I lost what I was going to say. See, I'm getting old. That's what 5 kids do to you. So I would like to say that our attorney has given us what's that?
Nothing.
We're making fun of you. Continue.
Well, at least let me hear.
We said you thought you had 8 kids.
And I finally said, don't ask.
My
Yeah.
next presentation is going to compare trip generation
With
for
Doug's
my
family.
project and
Yeah.
Kraft
All right.
and the
Go ahead.
Kraft family.
So, we were back on the alley. Well, that was it. I mean, like I said, our village attorney. So I was going to mention that I don't think that our decision here is based on just what we want to do. I mean, it's not. I don't think this council has ever done that or ever done that to our citizens. Not as long as I've been here. I've been here since we incorporated. I've never, and I've been to I've been to meetings when they're at Everglare Park. I've never heard anybody in this board, past, present, or now, ever do anything that wasn't with the best interests of the public or against what legally we could do as recommended by our attorneys. So I don't think this was off the cuff. Oh, we just don't want an alley.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that wants to
I
question?
do. I do. Can I follow up on
Yes,
Doug's
please.
point?
Shannon.
To Councilmember Kraft's point, I think what you're saying is that 106 is already being used as a cut through, right? That's what you're saying. But I think that Ms. Corso and, Mr. Corso, Ms. Norland, Mr. Probst are saying is they want to avoid any further traffic coming through and having people use 106 to access Kendall. So is there any reason that you have, is there any reason that you can't give consideration to having both an entrance and an exit on the south end and on the north end on US 1 to allay their concerns?
DOT regulations. If
Do
there
not
was-
allow it.
Do not allow the 2 entrances. If there was any way, we've taken this as far as we possibly can to comply with fire regulations, DOT regulations, so they require spacing. Traffic between the intersection and for purposes of safety. So we can
Got it.
only qualify for 1, and for emergency purposes, we need a second way in for the actual fire department. So that's why we have it as an entrance only, so that your concern is alleviated that folks will not be just exiting as they are today. Because today, they are exiting onto 106th Street. That has been an enforcement problem. So the way that we've been addressing it is simply, in this plan, just doing away with it altogether. So only people for our site who would be utilizing, coming to our site would use 106th Street. And then the trip generation for a used car dealership, we wish we had thousands of people coming to buy pre-owned Lexuses every day, but that's certainly just not the case.
In any event, it's not an option to have both two entrances on, and you have to have two.
Can I ask the village manager, in regards to this section of 106th Street between US 1 on the east, because we have had an ongoing issue with people stopping there, could we administratively put no parking, no stopping, no standing signs there, as we do, for example, around schools where we have traffic stoppage issues?
Yeah, we can, council can direct that, but my recollection was that there were signs there that clearly state that already.
So there's different levels of it, because of course there's no parking, but if somebody's sitting in a car or a truck that's idling, they're not parked, they're idling, they're standing. So you can, there's different levels of it. You're stopping,
Yeah.
you're standing,
The
you're
issue-
loading.
No idling.
The issue that I believe, and Mitch could potentially answer this in a better way than I can, but my understanding from having, similar issues throughout Pinecrest where, service people stop at a house and block one lane, that the state statute allows that. And as long as there's one lane, cars with ability to get around whatever vehicle is stopped on a travel lane. And so we've looked at that, and the only exception has been when it's a one-way, one lane scenario where you're essentially blocking traffic from being able to get around a vehicle. And so it's my understanding from a policing perspective, there's not much we can do, but Mitch may have a better answer than I do on that issue.
I would say that I would defer to the police on this issue because I took traffic law a long time ago in law school in New York, so I'm not as up to date on that. But my understanding is that temporary stops to make deliveries are permissible, as you said, as long as there is, as long as it doesn't completely block traffic in both directions. It's difficult to imagine how modern life would be practical without at least allowing a temporary stop for delivery. But we can look further into that at the council's request.
Mr. Mayor, I'm actually texting the deputy chief to see if by chance he can jump on a call. If you can give me a couple minutes to see if he responds to the call.
Yeah, but I'll ask the question different way. I mean, one of the traffic engineers, is it permissible? Could we sign that street? Could we petition Miami-Dade County to sign that street with the no stopping, no standing sign it, no loading?
Mayor, for the record, Joaquin Vargas with Traftech Engineering. I don't want to rely on my memory, but I'm sure that there's probably some type of regulation that could be implemented at that location. I would have to
So it's
go
like
back.
a warrant or something like that, or
No, what would be allowed on a two-lane road like this one? But I'm sure that there is some type of signage that we could probably come up with.
we could ask the county.
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, the street is posted no parking but it doesn't say no standing, no idling. And that's a question, I think, for the village attorney and the chief of police. And the applicants have agreed also to maintain no parking signs on Southwest 106th Street. And that's a condition in the declaration of restrictive covenants.
Okay, so no parking is a issue. The idling and it's the loading. So let's follow up with that with the police chief and with the village manager. And the only other option that I can think of is to create a nice little median there so that if somebody were to stop, they were to effectively block traffic and and then therefore make it illegal for them to idle there while they load and unload, which is exactly the situation we managed to create on Stritter Court. Now, the situation on Stritter Court is a pain because if somebody stops a delivery truck or a lawn service truck on Stritter Court, they effectively block all traffic because of the median, and therefore they can be ticketed. You would have to look at the engineering of that section of 106th Street to see whether, given we have an only left turn in, only right turn in, only entrance, whether some sort of attractively manicured median suddenly pop up in the middle of 106th Street in order to trigger those traffic laws. So that's a second question we need to ask both the traffic engineers and the police department.
I'm just visualizing that though, and I wonder if that would affect the back street behind the funeral home as an access, if the median would block that from people being able to turn in
That's what
there.
I'm saying. I'm saying we're either going to engineer a solution to it or we're going to sign a solution to it. But quite frankly, what is the status quo is unacceptable. I do live nearby. I live on 102nd Street, very close to US 1. I drive that street all the time. The current situation is unacceptable. So, and I use 106th Street to get to my driveway. So yes, I am one of those people driving past her home. I apologize. I won't stop either, but I can see why having commercial vehicles consistently using that as a place is unacceptable. So let's figure out how to either sign it or engineer it so that it's enforced. The second comment I have is that we have several declarations over the years from Lexus about the test drive route, and that the test drive route will not go down 106th Street, they'll go out on US 1 and make a right turn to 104th Street. So my question for Mr. Olmsted, and also I would assume for the almost Chief of Police Cohen, is what are the penalties for non-compliance with that agreement, which has been proffered over and over and over again, in which we've seen evidence that the applicant is not able to comply with over and over and over again. A promise that has no downside to violate is not particularly useful for us, for the neighbors, or for our enforcement. So Mr. Olmsted, if somebody proffers, they will not use 106th Street for test drives, and we can document they use 106th Street for test drives. What are the consequences? Yeah.
So with regard to consequences, the Code Compliance Division can issue a civil violation notice for violation of a development order. And the fine is, I believe, $300 for a first time violation. And then for second and third violations, it gets progressively more. And
how exactly under our code does the code compliance officer establish the violation?
Well, that's the question. I mean, if somebody's pulling out of the dealership, really somebody would have to be posted there at the exit and monitoring what is occurring in the dealership to determine whether or not they're conducting a test drive, and they'd have to probably question the driver of the car and the like. It's not that it can't be done, but.
So in this situation, we'd have to have Pinecrest code compliance officers on site watching to see whether the test drives were happening and pulling cars over. Can our code compliance officers do that?
No.
So
not practically.
Again, I'm going to now reiterate my question. What is the consequence, and how do we enforce the no test drive component of this agreement? If a code compliance officer is the only one who can issue that citation, and a code compliance officer does not have the authority to stop the car and make the determination whether or not it's a test drive.
Melissa, isn't there further language in the Declaration of Restrictive Covenants with regarding test drives, I mean, an earlier declaration that required the dealership to maintain a log.
Yes, so
Go
through
ahead.
the mayor. So what we've done as this has become an issue, and thanks to technology, there's an app for that. So we have an app for that, and now we have an iPad that all of our our sales representatives have. It's managed by our general manager. If there's an issue, we would be able to pull up what every test drive looks like, where the GPS, where those drivers went through. So we would be able to provide that evidence to the code enforcement officer. So that issue, I have not heard that issue come back in several months since we've upgraded to this new technology. It is a proprietary system. I believe we can show it to anyone who wants to visit the site. Mr. Roberts is here if you have any questions to that. I also want to mention on the previous comment regarding signage and engineering, this site will need to be engineered, right? We have paving and drainage plans. It would be reviewed by the Village of Pinecrest. It would be reviewed by your traffic engineer. It would be reviewed by Miami-Dade County Traffic Engineering Division. So we can look into all those options regarding signage and engineering. State statute, the citation is 316.0081A, does allow for municipalities to allow for signage. So if the signage of no parking is not sufficient and you would like us to manage and maintain no standing, idling, et cetera, we're happy to do that. And that's part of the declaration of restrictions, and we could work on that as part of the permitting process for this project. I think that the takeaway is that we're very hopeful that this project will make things better. It's no longer going to be a temporary surface parking lot for employees that has this environmental history. It will be redeveloped into a project that does have the scale, massing, and height that is significantly reduced from any other type of new development in this area. These are issues that we need to address and continue to address like any other commercial landowner in Pinecrest at all 32 entrances from US 1. These issues do exist. 106th Street is not special to these issues. This is the transition between commercial and residential uses. And I think what you have before you is an applicant ready and willing to continue to work with the neighbors as much as we can, because Bean Automotive Group has been here before Pinecrest, and we anticipate being here for many decades to come.
Can I ask the village attorney? So the Lexus dealership has proprietary software which allows them to track the test drives. What is our access legally to that data? Can we demand it at any time and get it at any time, or do they have to agree to give it?
Well, if it sounds like the applicant is proffering that they're going to be cooperating with the village to monitor the software to ensure that the condition is being complied with. If the applicant wants to proffer that it will make all of the records from that tracking software available to the village upon request, that might satisfy the council member's concern.
Yeah, because the documentation says that they have it and they will use it, but it doesn't say that they will give it to us when we ask for it. And if we're going to use it to enforce this agreement, then we need to have ready access to it on our request.
So if the applicant will proffer that, we can add that in as part of the condition for the conditional use.
Ooh.
We'll go ahead and proffer that.
That's fantastic.
And this is the reason why the village attorney retains jurisdiction to comment on these covenants, so that we can make sure that we work on language together. Mr. Roberts just mentioned that there are a lot of village residents who come to the dealership, so that also becomes an issue for test drives and all kinds of other things.
Right. Yeah. So okay. So I think that's great about the test drive. If you guys are tracking and we have access to that data, then we can create a system of compliance and supervision and
You bring this up.
create a data set.
You bring us up, not for a traffic reason, but for the trust reason. It's promised in the last.
Yeah, it's
right?
promised, it's been proffered, and it's been promised over and over again. Look, there's a separate conversation to be had about whether or not 160 is a public road and whether or not it's something that we can demand of the Lexus dealership, but it has been proffered over and over and over again by the dealership. And we've had reports over and over and over again that despite the fact that the dealership continues to come time after time promising they're not going to do this, they continue to do it. And then say, there's a bunch of reasons why, so it's part of this agreement again. Okay, I'm not going to argue that it shouldn't be part of the agreement. It's part of what was negotiated with staff, and it's something that I think that's important to neighbors. But if we're going to put this language in there, we have to create an accountability system which allows us to measure whether or not that is being complied with. And so far, the only compliance mechanism we've had would be to park a police officer full-time at that corner and stop every car that's coming out of the Lexus dealership or the parking lot as it's being used right now, and question the people inside it and see whether or not they're doing a test drive. That is not something that's reasonable to expect our staff or our police department to devote that amount of time to it. So let's use the technology that we have available to us and keep track of where the test drives are. And when we ask for it, if we have issues and we have neighbors who suspect there's test drives happening, have access to that data so that we can determine whether or not that's the case.
I don't disagree with you. I think that if they promise it and it's in this document, right? So if they promise it, we got to have an enforcement mechanism. I just wonder why they would promise it. It doesn't seem like a significant issue to me relative to traffic volumes on 106th Street. It seems to me that the primary issue on 106th Street is a truck stopping, standing in park, right? I mean, you wouldn't notice 206 in the PM, the afternoon is 233 cars, right? So it's, I don't think nobody's taking a test drive of autopilot, right? So there are in the morning, I think it's 50 cars an hour. And it's like, there's not a significant amount of traffic, it's not a level of service, not a mess, right? So to force traffic to where it's already congested at 104 doesn't make any sense. I wouldn't even make that profit by where they have, but they did.
Well, Joe, I just want to be on record. I had said that in prior meetings. Would have never said that, oh, we can't use a certain street, because is it fair for one set of neighbors to say, well, I just want to push the traffic on your street? Well, then how do the people feel on 110? How do the people feel on 77? How do the people feel on 104?
We're gonna have this issue.
But you're right. They negotiated a deal with the neighbors because they wanted to get approval, and it is what it is.
In the next 12 months, this issue is going to come up in Pinecrest at the time, right? I mean, these guys have a right to build a floor area ratio of 40% and built 5%. By right, you could likely put a 4-story building, right? And by the way, they're also, based on the previous uses, have thousands of cars less than the previous uses. There's an argument that says this is a minimalist use for that area. But if the county wants to come in and tell us you're gonna put 500 units an acre, right? This is the old argument of commercial intrusion into the residential neighborhoods. We need to figure out how to get around that, because, and I think we need to stick to the substantive issues. Substantive issues, you can't block your roads and think traffic's gonna get better. The more roads you block, the worse traffic is gonna get. And then you're gonna have this Coral Gables-y artificial congestion because every road. The same thing with the crazy speed bumps. You speed bumped every road, then you've made traffic worse for everyone. Right? Everybody's creeping. So I think the major issue here is keep the trucks off that street. We can figure out how to do that. We would be in great shape.
Okay, so
Mayor?
we've got,
Yes.
With regard to Councilmember Hochheimer's question, the prior declaration of restrictive covenants, or the one that currently applies to Lexus of Kendall and Kendall Toyota that's not proposed to be changed, requires the dealership to maintain a log of customers who are taking test drives and to affix a number, identification number on the side of the vehicle. But to identify it as a test drive, but it's always been difficult. You see a vehicle and it doesn't have a number affixed to it to determine whether or not there's test driving a vehicle in violation of the Declaration of Restrictive Covenants.
I think we're chasing our tails on
Right,
this.
so
I think we're getting into the
Yeah.
Gulliver.
Man.
How in that world are we going to now?
Flashbacks.
I know.
Flashbacks.
Right, but it's the same issue. It's
They're
the-
doing good. They're doing
It's,
good,
it's
right?
the trust issue, right? And we
Wow.
have the trust issue whenever we deal with the institutional uses butting up against the resident. They're both neighbors, they have to coexist. But in the other situation, we created a rule, why they created it, I don't know, that we couldn't enforce. And then stumbled all over ourselves, we forced the other folks to cheat, we couldn't track it, we all looked dumb. This is the same way. I mean, they're gonna give us their app to let us track. Like, there'll be 0 test drives and it's all, and what's it matter? It's how many test drives do you do a day?
Jeez. I didn't even test drive my truck. I
You
just
just
bought a
took
new
it.
truck. I didn't buy it. Here, give it to me.
But it matters to you if you're walking with your grandchildren on 106th Street.
No, I don't think it does. Well, hold on. You're out of, look, come on. So the point of the matter is that you've got X amount of entrances on and off of US 1, right? They're public roads, right? They are allowed, they have to carry traffic. And a business has to operate. I mean, the capacity of the road is not in question. The road works at a level of service C. It's completely adequate capacity. It's carrying 50 cars in the morning hour, rush hour, and 230 cars in the afternoon rush hour. It's not a question of being out of capacity. So at what point do you start clogging up other roads? Because and again, how many test drives? It's an insignificant number. It just doesn't matter. It's not hurting the quality of life of the neighborhood. The test drives, the truck parking, the loading, the trust issue are hurting the
And
quality
that's-
of life. I'll let everybody speak, everybody. I told you I would let you speak when it's the appropriate time. We're questioning the attorney after the public comments. So let's just do it that way. That's the way we're gonna do it. I think if we address the substantive issues, then we'll actually solve the problem. I don't want to put issues that we can net. So it feels good. There'll be no test drives. Okay, that's 15 less cars on that road every day. Suppose they took the test drive. Nobody would notice 15 less cars or 15 more cars. It doesn't matter. So now we're going to be hunting them down to report the app. The app's going to show us no test drives. The neighbors are going to complain. We can't prove it. It's all, we're chasing our tails. How do we get the trucks off the road? That's
Well, I
my
think
comment.
that's
I may be
easily
wrong.
enforceable. They're gonna have somebody there stationed there. I mean, employees out selling cars will see that. I'm assuming they'll be honest in trying to police that. And there's no employee parking. So the employee parking thing that they were going in and out, there's no employee parking. Like I said, I don't think that the Lexus ownership wants an employee to park their 1970 Le Mans clunker in a nice Lexus used car dealership.
We need to post it. so that it's enforced.
No, I like the
Yeah, I
posting
would
thing.
agree
Anna.
it has
Figure
to-
that
I
out.
agree it has to be posted. But I guess what
Well,
I'm
Joe, and
arguing-
but your explanation of we've got to be careful too, what we do with all of these 32 entrance and exits in Pinecrest. I have in the last 30 years used 120th Street and US 1. Katie has too, and she'll remember, and Joe will too. Coming west to get onto US 1. I always made a left on US 1 because I was brave enough to fight the traffic and shoot out and make a left. A lot of my friends would never do it because they're scared to death of making that left with no light at 120th. So they would go down to 124 and make the left. Well, just the cause of them putting that traffic light there is a disaster. It's been a disaster when Palmetto High gets out. It's caused tons of traffic to go down 122nd Street in that time because that intersection at 82nd and US 1 and 120th gets bogged down just by one little thing of putting a traffic light up.
But
So
Jeff,
there's,
the point is, let's not make it worse. The
that's what I
fact is, if
mean.
you
So
start
we've got to
closing
be
roads, you
careful
make it
of
worse.
us just arbitrarily going, well, because we just don't want to test drive there, let's do this. There are a lot of actions for our reactions or what we cause. So I just, let's be careful.
Okay, let's do this. Let's ask, if anybody has any questions for Melissa on her rebuttal. If not, we'll let the neighbors come back up and address us one more time. Any other questions for
I mean,
Melissa?
so I have a question for Alexis. My question for Alexis is, from your perspective, I understand that you're proffering no test drives down 106th Street, a route US 104, 77 billion back in off of US. From your perspective, is this a hindrance? Is this an undue burden? Why are you comfortable with it? Why do you agree to it over and over again?
I'm Chris Roberts.
Chris Roberts, Lexus of Kendall, 10943 South Dixie Highway. Kind of explain the industry today from what it was 10 years ago. We have a quarter of the test drive we have today due to transparency and interest. People don't come into the dealership, test drive cars in. That is history. We have a used car dealer here. He works in the business. He'll be happy to explain it. So what was no longer is. Customers today prefer a longer test drive. The ones or twos that are going through there, they may have the right to because they're Pinecrest residents. So we're digging a lot to find and point the finger where a lot of this is not necessary. So, you know, as far as the trucks, there is no new car delivered to any of those two locations, Kendall Toyota or Lexus of Kendall. They all delivered to the West Kendall location. All our auction vehicles are driven to the west and taken out from there. The things we don't have control of, hence yesterday's hearing where we were not at fault. You have the CarMaxes of the world. You have these Carvanas that go to that auction and fill a load of 8 to 10 vehicles, and they bring it to get the vehicle serviced because they are not a dealer. Any warranty work needs to be done, has to be done by a dealer. That trucker is a brokered trucker. We have no idea. Hence, we put an employee out there to try and prevent this going forward. We'll try and do that going forward. And I'd probably say, since we did that, that's decreased to a very minimum number.
Thank you. Shannon?
Okay, so I feel like we're regressing a little because I think that Lexus has already graciously agreed to limit the test driving to the main thoroughfares, right? 104th, 77th, 112th, circle back up US 1 into your dealership. So that, I'm assuming that you agreed to that because the residents wanted that. You are better, more familiar with whatever tracking information you have, and maybe you can think of a way to make that available or the findings of that tracking information to residents. So they have some way of ensuring or knowing that you are ensuring and owning up to that you've already graciously agreed to. And then the other question I thought of is, and I know this is not very Pinecresty, but when you go to an airport and you're checking out your rental car, there's something that comes up in the ground. And if you go in the wrong direction, you know, everybody knows not to go in the wrong direction. So maybe you can do something like that or have an electric arm that only opens when cars are coming in on 106th Street and won't open for cars going out, exiting onto 106th Street. And that way it's not just a sign that says do not exit. You're ensuring that traffic doesn't come out of the dealership onto 106th Street. I'm just trying to balance, you know, what Lexus can do on as good neighbors.
Fire won't allow you. to
Won't
put
allow an
spikes,
electric
'cause if
arm?
The fire comes off US 1,
Ah.
it goes in the back of the building and the
Right.
ladder truck tries to go out on 106th Street and blows all their tires and they can't go save the next person on the call. That's big trouble.
What about an electric arm?
I don't know if fire would approve that.
That's one thing to look into.
Yeah, so what we're doing with ingress only will resolve the current issue, right? That is a direct response to what the current issue is, which is the exiting. We don't anticipate that there will be just people exiting. Again, the use of this site is significantly reduced from any other commercial center, including a parking lot for employees as it is today. So we just don't anticipate that this is going to be that kind of generator of traffic, period. I mean, it's not a gas station. It's not a restaurant.
Which I understood
It's
it,
not-
it was at one point. I understand.
For decades.
Remember that.
Okay.
Katie?
Yeah, no, I mean, unless I'm not hearing what is being said, it sounds like the issue with the car traffic are the employees leaving and turning right on 106. It's not so much more the test drives, which seems like it used to be an issue, but they have since tried to modify that and they've been successful. So correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like the residents have been concerned about those employees leaving the lot, which is no longer going to be an issue.
Correct. And it's not, just to be clear, it's not just the employees. There's been a lot of construction occurring
Right.
at the south side. So we have all the government officials, you know, the folks who are inspecting the sites. There's
Right.
just all those folks parked
Yeah.
at this facility, at that surface.
So it
parking
sounds like
lot.
the test drivers are not so much of a
Right,
concern.
that's an old condition
Right.
that exists with the new car dealership. So it's just been mirrored in this
Right.
proposal.
So I just got a text from the manager that says deputy chief has advised that council can designate any area as no stopping or standing, and then the police can ticket. So I would suggest, I'm not quite sure how to structure that, but I would suggest that we
No stopping or standing.
self-impose the condition that we designate that chunk of 106th Street
That's
as
okay.
no
Put
stopping
those
or
signs up.
standing, so that police can ticket.
Probably too short, like you said, Anna,
Yeah.
of an area to stop,
Okay.
because you're stopping.
That's the
I think we
proposed
understand-
signage that's
I mean,
part of
I-
the covenant that we're.
I think. Well, let this, but what's happening is she had the rebuttal and the council, then the five of us were asking her questions. And when we're done with that line of questioning, when we get the last question up, we'll go back to you just to keep it orderly. That's the process we're going through. What I anticipate we should do, what I think we should do is come up with additional conditions, to add to the staff's recommendations. And one of those conditions would be sign it, no stopping and standing, and then enforce it so that that doesn't happen. So anytime a truck or whomever, I think we have control over the road. We do it at the school. Stopping and standing, we do that type of thing. And now I think that's a meaningful, a correction that gets to the heart of the matter. I mean, you know, we're chasing our tails with a handful that makes everybody feel great. We got them. And we can't, no matter how much we track it, it's not going to help the trust issue. Nobody's going to believe when they present, hey, we didn't have any test drives. Oh, you're lying. And how are we going to prove it? We're just going to chase our tails through this thing. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, so with that,
Okay.
Kevin, you're up. Robert, Kathy, whatever you like to say, please. So, yes, please. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Probably 10 cars that you guys use to demo. Maybe you have 5 to 10 cars. You could put something on them that say they're demos. That would indicate to a policeman that they could see the cars.
But why bother? Why fight over
Well,
10
because it
cars?
would make the salesman a little nervous. He's going to get a $300 fine, not.
But does that really matter to you, the 10
Well,
cars?
rather than go through this technology and worry about all that.
Is it really, are we going to do that? We're going to, I mean,
It seems easier to me to worry about everything else.
well, you've got bigger problems, right? I mean, that's not your biggest
I
problem.
don't think the test drive. I mean, we do probably 30 or 40 test drives. We do test drives. The second thing on 106, I'm glad you came to that opinion. There's 6 homes, 106, it's not just a street. Right? If you lived on one of those homes and you had a big truck, this is not just a UPS dropping one package. These are trucks sitting there idling in front of your home. You're gonna be crazy. I don't like that. This is all day long.
How many of
You
them are,
gotta put no load, no stop, can't have trucks. When the trucks blocked at 106, where are they gonna go? Yeah. It's gonna keep going down. They're not just gonna stop. Gotta get them out of there.
I think we would agree. And I think that they have adequate loading space on the campus to
I'm not sure what she means about the west
Well, it's west of the building. So basically, if you look at the site plan, somehow they get onto the site and they pull up west of the little building. No, it's just on the other side of the building. So you basically can't see it or hear it. And that's where they would unload, if I'm correct. But I think we agree with you. Seems like the major source of aggravation to your quality of life are the trucks. It's a safety problem. It's a noise problem. It's an aesthetic problem. And, so we can fix that. Well, I think we can fix that with the signage and the enforcement, right? I mean, that makes,
If we put that signage into the canal further.
that enables us to enforce. So with the sign. So I think
Put that
that's,
main sign there, that would help. The other thing on this bridge, I'm wondering, I keep hearing employees. Are the employees going to be ferrying customers across that bridge?
I don't know.
As opposed to like a park, they're going to be using that bridge? I know the employees are going to be driving, but are they going to be ferrying customers? Okay, so the customers are going to be going. They're going to be. That's what's going on. Okay. A lot of traffic. A lot of traffic. Okay.
thank you. Matthew, Robert?
Just real quick, too, just kind of, I don't want to be a dead horse, but I know you say, what's the big deal, the test drive, it's only a few cars. What's the big deal, it's only a couple cars. What's the big deal that are going the wrong way coming out? You add all that up, and it is a big deal. We're talking a 2-block area. And like my brother said, it's just residential homes on Southwest 106th Street. You know when they've test drive, because they always stop, and they always stop right at the entrance on 77th where I can't get into my, because they stop, because they want to talk to the customer, they want to show, or whatever they do. You can clearly tell it's a test drive. Is it a major issue? No, but it is one issue that is now bringing more cars to 106th Street. The truck issue. Is there a truck there every day? Maybe not, but it's just another issue on 106th Street. That's a 2-block area. And as far as, oh, we're only going to have them going in the entrance. Well, now it's, oh, they can only exit. Well, they go over the meeting. So what's going to prevent these people, the customer, from exiting it? Because when I talked to Melissa before about maybe having a higher barrier or something to prevent the employees from making you feel, no, we can't do that. So it's going to be the same issue. People are going to come out the wrong way because you can't have any big. So it's a bunch of little things that add up to big things. And 104th Street, that's all commercial past 77th Avenue. You have office buildings on both sides. You have the church, you have the park. You don't start residential past 77th. Our street, it's residential as soon as you get off US line.
And I think we would agree. I think it's critical to prevent the commercial intrusion into the residential neighborhood. We just got to be smart the way to do it. Remember, I think these guys think, I don't think, they clearly have the right to do what they're doing, right? So we can't deny them, right? They're building a fraction of what they're allowed to build. What they're building is a fraction of what existed there before. It's a net benefit to the neighborhood. You can't deny that. So what do you do in a situation like this? There is no capacity problem at the intersection. In fact, I mean, there's 233 cars in an hour at one point in time in the peak hour, in the afternoon, people coming into the neighborhood. There are 50 cars in the morning going out of the neighborhood. It's not like they've congested the street beyond the county's rule for traffic with whatever the threshold is there. And by the way, if you block that road, it clogs up every other road adjacent to it. Clogging the roads is not a bad idea. So we got to work on the substantive things that hurt the quality of life. And
Just one last small thing too is, we say that we have to have the entrance off 106th Street fire truck come in. So why does it have to have customers too? Why don't you have an entrance that just say emergency and not have all the customers coming in? If it's truly just for a fire truck.
We'll talk about Doug. You had a question?
Well, I can't see me up here making a decision to deny on if we closed roads for the 32 different entrances and exits along our US 1 corridor, for all the businesses, for all the residents that live just east of Milam's or just east of, you know, the Pancake House there, or Home Depot, or any of these streets, what would we have? I mean, I don't.
Taking that to
No, I'm just discussing.
Okay.
Now we're getting off.
That's all right, but we understand the point. We
No,
understand.
but I'm just discussing with my
Anna, you
council
had
because
something?
we don't get to
So-
talk about this, and
Right.
this is sunshine, so I get to talk to them finally
Right.
about
So-
this issue.
No, I understand. So Doug's simply asking the rhetorical question about it as a matter of policy.
Yeah.
No, but in this particular case, am I understanding the mayor's argument that he thinks that we should lift prohibition on test drives on 106th Street because the impact is perhaps negligible and enforcement is impossible? I personally have issues with conditions. And we've had this issue with other institutions and businesses, but with conditions that are unenforceable.
And that's where we are now. So it makes
And-
people feel good that, hey, we got one, but it's not substantive. We can't enforce it. And we'll be back here, some council will be back here someday having failed at this. Because you can't succeed. You can't track it, you can't enforce it. Let's do something
Well, I'm in,
that means something.
I am too, Anna. I'm in the
Right.
same ballpark. And you're right, you've always been a stickler for, if we can't, if there's no solution, then why are we enacting?
Yeah,
You know, you've always been, I know that.
If you can't measure
But-
whether or not it's happening.
Well, and
what's
is
the
it,
point?
and it, more of my
Trucks,
point.
They're easy to see. They're
Well,
giant.
more of my point, Joe and Anna, and everybody here in council was that how do we regulate any business along our US 1 going directly east into the village? And it's the test drives, you know, there's no residential on 77th and 104.
Right.
But there is once you get past 77, and there is once you get on 110. So I'm just wondering, how do the people feel when they read this resolution and the condition that we said, well, it's okay for all the traffic to go on 77 and 110 for a test drive.
I mean, what
I
do
mean,
you
we may
say?
get 40 people here and say, furious with us.
But that's not even, it's not even a.
Well, but that's what I
violation.
mean, Joe.
Why are
That's
you gonna
what I'm-
regulate business?
Well,
if you can't
yeah.
drive on our streets? Okay,
Well, that's
so
what I
now-
mean.
Now Uber can't drive on the streets. Now you can't do food delivery on the streets. You can't test drive. They're public roads.
Well, that's why I'm agreeing with Anna. with what She just said, I think it's something that's unenforceable. And is it fair that now we're just saying, well, only use these streets? You
You know,
can't use this.
you get into, we have neighbors on either side of us that have tried to over control the streets through traffic calming and road closures and have only succeeded in amplifying the problem because they've overdone it. You can't close roads and expect that the traffic's gonna get better. We have to be smarter than that. It's not going to work. Every road we close is gonna make it work. There are $6 million worth of speed bumps and we'd have worse problems, except we'd be out $6 million. We'd be tearing out speed bumps, just like they are north and south of us in other places. Okay.
Well, Joe, I
Kevin.
like the no stopping and standing.
Yeah.
And if the council wants to vote, because I understand you, we would have to vote on that tonight to approve that. And also that if you want, I'm in favor of that covenant of the no test drive. I think it's, I mean,
You just said you weren't.
no. Well, I said that wrong. Whatever Anna said earlier.
You know what?
Hey, you know, I'm a grandpa now. Just to get back on the 8th, because I have, my son is married and they have a child. So I'm actually he's not driving yet, but I'm actually a grandpa Doug here.
Okay, so Kevin, you're up. But the way I looked at it, we had no alley. We had the type of landscaping we didn't like, keep trucks off 106. We had the entrance and exit off 106. We had signage. We haven't addressed the signage. Maybe Melissa. You had mentioned it. I just took notes, so yeah.
Inclusive.
I guess my point was that we know why they don't have an alley. We know why they're doing the entrance and exit off 106th Street. The two things that we have are keep the trucks off 106. That's your major concern. And the sign. Tell me about the sign. What, Melissa, you tell me about the sign.
At the entrance. Where you're.
I don't care what you say. Why don't you say something?
Abraham Lincoln said, always give something away.
They already did. They gave the test drives. That's
As we
Red
mentioned.
Henry.
And that's very gracious.
Under the village code, the property is a corner site. It is allowed to have two 30-foot pylon signs. We propose one 19-foot sign. The recommendation before you, as we understand, there's a zoning in progress to a 15-foot sign. We've agreed to the 15-foot sign. Those are all the things that we've given up. The issue that they're mentioning is they do not want us to put the sign at the corner of US 1 and 106th Street. The purpose of signs under your sign code is for wayfinding. And that is the location where any traffic engineer, both on our side as well as on the village side, would say where the sign should be located. Why? When you're driving southbound on Pinecrest Parkway, you want to know that there is a way for you to take a left onto 106th Street and enter this site from 106th Street. I'll note specifically that our property is BUNA, it's commercial, just like the property across 106th Street, the funeral home. So that is it. That is the location of the sign. There's no reason to have a sign further south on US 1 for this site. Why? The building itself has its wall signs, which are allowed to advertise the location of the US 1 access point. So when you're coming northbound on US 1, you see the Lexus of Kendall sign on the building itself. And we're only asking for one sign. The appropriate location is at that corner. And that is it.
I gotta agree. I mean, I just don't understand. Look, what starts to get me nervous about this application is the fact that they're in compliance with the zoning code. They are less intensive than the zoning code allows. And we're arguing to take those rights away from them. I can't, you couldn't do that to a residential facility. You can't do it to a commercial facility. It's just not fair. I mean, let's deal with the substantive issues, but they have the right to have a sign in front of their property.
You know, I have to admit, I live in Pinecrest and I use businesses along the commercial corridor and I access the vast majority of them not off of US 1. I access them off of side streets. That's how I get to all of the strip malls and all of the businesses all the way up and down US 1.
And that's the benefit from living in Pinecrest, that you
road.
don't have
That's
to
the
get
road.
on US
That's
1.
the access to the commercial.
And as I say, I use 106th Street to access, I turn right, I drive through the I guess I'd refer to it as the front alley of the funeral home. I get to the side alley and I go to Sir Galloway. That's how I do my business in Pinecrest. I get to Milam's off of 117th Street. I get to Sunnyland off of 117th Street. I get
And most
to
importantly, that's your comprehensive plan.
That-
That
that's
is
the
the language that's in
point
there
of
to
how
avoid
we
US 1.
We want local traffic to access businesses along US 1. It's designed so that we drive from the west into the commercial strip along US 1 from the side streets, not onto US 1.
In a way, you want that to happen because you don't want to keep contributing to the US road traffic. Remember, we were trying to get between Publix and Home Depot cross access. Right? The US 1 traffic's so bad. Why contribute to greater congestion there? If you could get across the properties on the through easement on the commercial side of it, like the alleys behind the area, and this would be great if this was an alley, but there's no, it's a dead end canal. You can't have an alley, so it simply doesn't work. Or otherwise, we would be clamoring for an alley because that's a great way to keep traffic out of the residential neighborhood. Just doesn't work at this location. So I think that's what those side streets are. Okay, Robert, you want to talk or Kath?
But wait, I'm just sorry to go back, but then we also have the issue of the height, right? 15 versus 19.
They're property.
No, they're way
Okay,
under height.
so
If we
15.
pass 15, they're gonna do it.
And even if we don't pass 15, they're offering 19, they're hypothetically.
30.
Look, normally
Understand.
normally you're horse trading with an applicant because they need variances and they've exceeded the zoning. And so, okay, how, if you want to exceed the zoning code, how are you making this better? Then the applicant can give concessions. The applicant's done all concessions. This is a 23 foot tall building. Right? They can go out tall, 35, 40.
45.
Whatever side. Whatever side you
Chris.
want. Don't worry about the site. I thought we were brought into this conversation in the beginning because the council wanted to hear our view, our point of view, make it work for everybody.
Right.
You know, and that's why we wanted to try to keep the traffic off 106th Street. Why we want to move the sign a little bit over, you know, so it doesn't make it a turn. That's the only reason why. But you know, we're kind of hearing that you don't really need to be here.
No, that's not true
That it's
because I
not-
think,
we're not- you know, it's always, but it's legal, that they can do it. Okay, well, they can do it. You don't need us.
but
It's
how,
not- We don't want to go by the law.
wait a minute, you got a guy over here arguing he's going to sue us if we don't go by the law. So you want to go by the law or not? I mean, I guess the point is that, yeah, well, your input is very important. And we've listed all of the things that, that were critical to you, and we've tried to address every one of them. It turns out that there are some of the reasons, there are certain reasons why we can't address them. And then some of them aren't significant enough to fight against. Like, I don't know how we tell that. What's it matter if they move the sign? I don't know what you're trying to
We
achieve.
want to have the people turn into the main entrance.
But they're gonna turn into the main, I don't want to get too far into it. They're gonna turn into that main entrance regardless. I mean, this is for people coming from different
If they
directions.
come going north, they can turn into the main entrance. When they're going south, they don't turn into 106 and they see the sign a little bit farther south, they're gonna go a little farther.
Not for nothing, but it's pure conjecture and they have the right to put a sign there. I don't know how we're supposed to say, I'm gonna take your right away to put the sign there and there's no,
Because it's trying to get that traffic off. Only reason.
But-
I don't care if they put the sign 20 feet up.
but again, the traffic on the 106th Street doesn't have you're gonna hate this. I apologize in advance. Doesn't have a traffic problem. It's at a level of service C. It's carrying at most 230 cars in the peak hour. It's not a problem. It wouldn't warrant traffic calming today. That it's just like any street in Pinecrest. It's not overburdened with traffic, not even in the peak hours of, I mean, the traffic engineering study says it's a level of service.
You see the turn, there's two turn lanes.
No, I see.
It's made for two turn lanes. Why? Take the burden off on their foot. So they look in the future, they county's pretty smart. They look in the future that the traffic is gonna burden on 104th. Where they're gonna go? 106.
Of course,
So in
that's
the
exactly
future,
how,
they're
that's
gonna
how
look at that, they can look-
capacity,
so the capacity is gonna increase.
of course, but it's not threatened yet. It's well, of course it will be. I mean, so will every other street. I mean, if it keeps going in this direction, traffic gets worse and worse and worse, but it's not threatened now. This development's not threatening it. It's literally putting a handful of cars on the street, even with the test drives. This development is significantly less than the previous development. So I don't want you to think you come here
We appreciate that.
in waste.
You know, we worry that they're gonna build something bigger in the future.
But
that's up to them.
I can't predict what they're gonna do in the future, and they absolutely have the right to build something bigger in the future, and we'll have to deal with that when they get. I doubt they're gonna tear this down next year and build something even bigger. They probably never wanna come back, right? I mean, after.
Chris Allen.
But again, my point is, we have to be fair to you as the neighbors and the neighbors that are on the commercial side. The substantive issue that we've got to deal with here The safety problem, the quality of life problem, the aesthetic problem is the trucks on that street. And I don't think anybody disagrees. If somebody does, please raise your hand. Let's do it. But it's not the volume of traffic. Those, we can't enforce those. Those are, we start enforcing, if we start arbitrarily enforcing a level of service standard that's that high, we would shut down every road in Pinecrest. It's not our rule. We have a rule book. And Kevin's arguing, enforce your rules or I'm going to sue you. And then you argue, screw your rules, just to help us. We are working with the neighbors. The alley. Oh, I'm sorry. What we're talking about now is the traffic. We want to minimize, and of course we want to minimize traffic on every street. But the point is, I don't know if moving the sign minimizes the traffic on a street. So until
It's a beacon. I think it's something that people are gonna.
nobody, the traffic engineers, we have a traffic engineer, Javier, is moving the sign. You don't want, I know you don't want to be asked this question. But he's the traffic engineer that the village pays. Yes, the guy with the mask. No, I mean, Javier, does moving the sign make a difference on the number of cars? He says no, and that's, he does this for a living.
Joe, and I'm not certain, Joe, I'm agreeing with you, and I'm just not so sure I want to be telling every business down our US one, because I expect in the next 10 years, we're going to get a lot of people coming before us with the people moving in Pinecrest of redeveloping the US one. It's a lot of old buildings and they're going to redevelop. Us telling the businesses where they can put their signs. And I'm not so sure.
But we told the businesses where they can put their signs. It's in the code.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We would have to change our code. Well, we are changing the size. We're going to 15.
Right.
There's already a zoning in progress
Funny thing about
right now
the-
for 15 feet.
The thing about the.
That's
Village of
huge.
Pinecrest- Village,
I mean, from 30 to 15.
I think the history, and Melissa can speak, Village of Pinecrest is very strict on the way it implements its codes. We change our codes every year to make them contemporary, and we don't give variances very frequently because the attitude is that we got fresh set of codes, we know what we want, go build what we want, right? And if you want, we don't give a ton of variances, we're not horse trading with developers and getting this schlocky mismatched stuff that you see in a lot of other places where you can't tell one thing from the other. So we have the codes, they're in place, we like them, we vote on them every year. Now we're going to tell an applicant who we wouldn't give a variance to because they tried to get out of the code for the height, but we're going to tell them, no, you've undercut it, you've lived within the code, now we're going to tell them to move it. We can't do that. That's not consistent. It's not fair.
Sorry, we're going to tell Commissioner what?
They came in for a height variance
No,
several
but
years
today,
ago.
we're
We
gonna tell
told them they couldn't do it. Now we would be telling them arbitrarily, you put your sign where it needs to be by code, and it's smaller than it has to be. We want you to move it. Why would we do that?
30 feet.
They have the right to put it there.
Mayor?
Yes,
I mean,
sir.
you should change our code. You can't have it on the corner.
Yeah, we can change the code. You can.
You can change.
Mayor?
Stephen, you want to?
Yeah, I have one comment with regard to the sign location. I mean, yes, cars will turn onto Southwest 106th Street, but if their intention is to go to Lexus of Kendall because of the sign, they're then going to turn right into the driveway and shouldn't go any further than the driveway, shouldn't go any farther east and affect the residential neighborhood.
I agree.
Yeah, but then they say, well, I'm looking for new cars, or I'm looking for.
But that's, look, again, these guys aren't generating a significant amount of trips in the first place. They are thousands of trips less than the restaurant or the gas station.
I lived there in the gas, and it wasn't that much. All that exit was one. We've lived there.
I got you. I understand. But if we can all agree, the substantive problem, the thing where we can have the most impact on your quality of life is the trucks.
No stopping.
So you can do that, no stopping, no standing, no running the engine.
Kevin?
You know, it's blocks one lane of cars.
I hear, yeah, I think we are unanimous, probably.
No employee
Unanimous,
parking.
except for a couple of us on that.
No employee parking, Joe.
No, they got that. That's all in
No,
there.
that's
That's
what
all
I'm
part of the
saying.
condition.
No
They have-
employee parking.
Why no? Mr. Olmsted,
But that's gone. That's off the table.
Mr. Olmsted has done his job with conditioning this exercise, right? That's the most thorough planner in Miami-Dade County. Nothing has escaped his eyes, right, Melissa?
All right, Melissa, come on.
Melissa's even clapping for you. All right, before we wrap it up and make a motion, Kevin, you've been sitting there patiently. Would you like to contribute to the discussion? You're welcome.
I just wanted to,
Stop, guys. No fighting in the council.
I apologize to the extent that I may have been out of line this evening.
No problem.
I just wanted to say two or three things real quick. Number one, there is actually an enforcement mechanism in the declaration in both the old one that the applicant is requesting be released from 2001, I believe. But I'm sorry, but it's also in the new proposed declaration. And I know it would be an extreme remedy, but I certainly wouldn't oppose it. However, in the event of a violation of this declaration, this goes back to the test driving, for example. In addition to any other remedies available, the Village of Pinecrest is hereby authorized to withhold any future permits and refuse to make any inspections or grant any approvals until such time as this declaration is complied with. And I realize the council and all parties are cautiously optimistic, perhaps at best, that the alleged, if not real and documented violations that have existed for years. One thing I found interesting was in the historical documents that the applicant's attorney was kind enough to provide the neighbors. The council has been receiving complaints for test drives and other violations for almost 20 or 30 years now. So I wanted to point that out, that is something that the village, the council has the option of doing, is withholding any future approvals in the event the owners, applicants, continue to violate the declaration of restrictions. I also want to point out that I know it's the applicant's position tonight, it seems. I know it seems to have changed or evolved over the course of these proceedings, if you will. But at one point it was just, I don't think they ever really argued that the alley wasn't a requirement because the proposed development doesn't qualify as a commercial subdivision until very recently. Before it was just, let's just defer it. Then it was, this doesn't serve a public purpose or a private function, which is nowhere in the regulations, by the way. But the definition of a subdivision is, under the regulations, the division of real property into two or more, even just two, lots, parcels, tracts, which I think is what we have here, tiers, blocks, sites, units, or any other division of land. So there are still a lot of the documents still refer to the land at issue, right? Because there's two owners. Each owner owns one tract, one parcel. And so therefore I would submit to the council that this is a commercial subdivision. So I would dispute the applicant's position on that. And then finally, I also want to point out that something that I meant to lead with. It is significant. I think everyone should be aware of this, and I hope that the council is fully aware of this, that currently, the current declaration that they're being asked to, the applicant is asking to be released from, prohibits them specifically from using this north property for auto dealership purposes. So in case anyone was still curious, haven't had time to read all the documents, that's what they're being, that's what they're asking the council to do, which is probably the most significant request pending tonight, is to be released from the existing 2001 Declaration of Restrictions, specifically prohibiting them in paragraph 12 that the property north of the canal currently leased by the owner shall not be used by the owner, its employees or invitees, for auto dealership purposes, except that employees may park on the property, et cetera, et cetera.
So would you rather have them turn it back into a employee parking lot or use it for this?
And if I answer that in the affirmative, then Mayor, you will vote to deny the pending request?
I'm answering. I'm asking the questions here.
Sure, okay. And mine was rhetorical, by the way. I wasn't expecting an answer. Again, I simply ask the council to, in making these decisions tonight, to apply the existing regulations. That's all. Thank you.
So which one do you want? Want me to apply the existing regulations or not apply the existing? You not apply, you apply. Which one should? Okay, you're for compliance. Okay.
Joe, can I just let, for the public to know, everybody that might even be listening, that,
I think we lost
you know,
everybody at this.
I don't think there's a few, oh. Well, there's the comment of, you know, that the council doesn't want to hear from the public, and we've made our decision. Public hearing was opened and then it was closed. The council normally, we don't open back up public hearing. The chair of the board here is let everybody here in the chambers, residents, attorneys, everybody get up and re-speak 2 or 3 times. So I just want the public out there in general, and it to be on record that we have been, as this council, present council today, has been very open to hearing everybody speak anytime, even after the public hearing has been closed, which by rights, we don't have to. Once public hearing's closed, that's it. We can hear from the applicant, but the chair has graciously opened up for all of the public to come up here and speak several times. So I take offense to where we don't want to hear the public speak. I think that's just not true. That's just factually not true. And thank you, Chair, for doing that, because I want to hear the public speak. I'll be here till midnight. I don't.
Hey, just one thing to the future approval. I agree with you, and we understand that's how we can regulate them as we go forward. I think the problem is that I think we've all experienced up here is if that we've put unenforceable conditions on an applicant, right? That don't do us any good, don't do the neighbors any good, don't do the applicant any good. We put ourselves in a position where we can't enforce, they can't comply, and it's not substantive. So I don't want to repeat the mistakes of the past by having things that are not substantive. Like everything, whether any of the times we've dealt with this over the last few years, there's been a trust issue, right? We've been able to work those out. The issue we were referencing earlier was Gulliver. They had an unenforceable issue that we were supposed to be tracking. We couldn't track it, and they couldn't show us. What we did is we stopped the application in the middle of basically a hearing like this, deferred it for how many months? I don't know, 7 months, all right, until we got it right. And the issue was, what we did was we met with the neighbors and we made lists of comments. And I remember meeting after meeting after meeting over 6 or 7 months, 16 comments that were substantive, needed to be addressed. And Melissa and the applicant addressed all but one of the things, which was throw kids out of school, that we weren't going to do. And so we worked real hard. We got it down to a position where we hit the substantive things. And now going forward, we have a very good relationship with the school and the village and the neighbors, and we can trust each other, right? And so what I'm hoping that we come out of this is substantive, we're address the substantive things, and then we can trust each other, right? And yes, if we've made a promise, that's why I didn't want to do the test drives, because we can't enforce it. It's not going to work. Let's stick with the substantive things. We're going to enforce the hell out of it. And if they're going to comply to it, because they're people of their word, and we know they're going to do it. And they darn well know we're going to enforce it. We're not going to cut them a break, right? Because this is the most substantive thing we can deal with. So they will expect to be enforced, and we will expect compliance, and we will expect you to be in our ear with the pictures, tell us, we'll be there. We're not going to leave you hanging with this type of thing. Now we have something that is meaningful, that fixes, I think helps with your quality of life. So with that, do you want to finish up and then we'll make,
Just for the record, because, we've all been threatened with lawsuits, et cetera. This is not a commercial subdivision. We had two lots. We are unifying the two lots. We're not subdividing. That's the key, and that's part of my November 16th letter. I'll share it with Mr. Pross. The second issue regarding paragraph 12, notably that covenant was for the south site. And the purpose of paragraph 12 was for the owners of the south site to not utilize the north site for auto dealership purposes without going through this process, right? Because it did not have a conditional use. So different owners, and that's what the reference was, that the owners of that site would not use this site for auto dealership purposes. Why? We had not gone through any conditional use permit process or anything else. So that was the purpose of that. Now that we're going through this is why we're asking for the release of that covenant only as it relates to this site.
okay.
Thank you
All right,
for your.
so do we want to
patience.
add conditions? We want to add at least one that was standing, no stopping, standing,
Yeah, signage
signage on 104.
on 106, no
106.
stopping, no standing.
Any enforcement that we want to?
And yeah, and then it's on us. It's on our police department
At least we can enforce that.
to enforce it and to enforce it consistently and the ticket. And what we have found is when we do create those spaces in the village and we have aggressive enforcement actions and people learn where they're going to get ticketed, stop. So I think we need to add that. And again, I don't want to set us up for failure, and I don't want to set unrealistic expectations. And I'm not comfortable with the prohibition of test drives on 106th Street, not because I don't understand why the neighbors want it, but because I cannot, for the life of me, figure out how to enforce it. And the flip side of that is, at no point would it be logical for the village council or future village councils to refuse to issue permits of any kind to Lexus because of some hypothetical, unenforceable, and likely demonstrated violation of the no test drives on 106th Street rule. Because as we've established, there's no reliable way to know whether they're doing test drives on 106th or not. Our code enforcement officers do not have the authority to stop those cars and determine whether or not they're doing test drives. They're the ones that have the software. It's proprietary. Might be great software, might be bad software. Who knows whose software it is? There is no way to enforce it, none. And so this idea that we would then whip ourselves around and cut off one of the local businesses from being able to pull a permit because of this unenforceable situation is unreasonable. Just puts council in an impossible situation. And it's a bunch of language which
I would take that out.
is useless.
Oh, we got to take that out, right?
It's useless.
I would take that out.
And at
Because
no
I agree
point,
with you.
and at no point, I mean, even when we look at other issues where we've had significant violations by businesses and institutions in the village, at no point, once we have resolved those violations, does the village take the position that once the applicant has come into compliance, they may no longer ever come back to us and ask for a permit. On the contrary, once we have a resident, a business, or an institution which has come into compliance with our code, we want them to continue to come back to the village and ask for permits and process things correctly and legally through the village. We would never look at a resident who violated our code and put an addition on their house without permit and say to them, not only do you have to take this down, you can never come back and ask for a permit again. That's not how we do business. We want people to comply. We want people to ask for permits. We want people to work with staff so that we can have these conversations on the record.
And the third thing I would say is there's absolutely no question that we are applying our code in this situation by not requiring an alley on the backside of that property. It is explicit in our code that we do not want dead end alleys. That lot abuts a canal. If you put an alley on the backside of that lot, will dead end into a canal. So there's.
We're,
So-
public comments.
So-
So we're
I have
discussing.
no issue, I have no
Stop,
issue
stop,
with
stop,
the
stop.
alley. I would like to remove the covenant about the no trespass on 106th Street. I would like to include a requirement that we post it as no stopping, no standing, no parking, no idling, and whatever other thing we can possibly enforce with our police department. And then go on the record encouraging strict enforcement from our police department. And I'm open to any other suggestions that people have that can make this more.
Well, I like all of Anna's
Shannon was
too.
gonna.
Shannon's got a list.
I disagree that we should take out the no test driving. Lexus
I don't see
has
the no test
already,
driving in it. Radical.
it's on point number 8.
Oh,
It's point number 8.
Okay.
Yes, they've already graciously agreed to this. And I understand that there is no enforcement mechanism, but we would hope that as good neighbors, they would be on an honor system and honor it. And honor the neighbors who live on that street and live up to the agreement that you've already conceded to. I think that the building that you propose to build is beautiful. And I think it's an improvement over what is there now. I think that the residents have come tonight and they've spent their time expressing concern about the trucks. I think that the council has already addressed that. I'm comfortable with that, but I don't see any reason for us to backtrack or to take away something that Lexus has already agreed to do as a good neighbor. And understood that there is no enforcement mechanism, but they've agreed to do this. Mr. Corzo pointed out that they could put a magnet on their cars as they do in Coral Gables. And there's no reason for them not to do that and continue to honor what they've agreed to. And frankly, I don't think that they're saying that they won't.
I'm a little bit, Shannon, just to have a conversation with you, because like I said, we gotta have it now, is that I have to just agree with Anna. I think we're setting ourselves out, setting this council's, our manager, our staff that works for the manager, we're setting them up for not only the residents that live there now. I mean, this will go in 10, 20 years that it ultimately will come before council. And the council will be up here. How do you reprimand? Because they showed us an app that said that 3 people violated the rule because I stepped in myself, let's say one of my kids steps in one of the Lexuses and decides to go down that street. I mean, I just, boy, that's really, it's just, I don't want to see anybody be put in that position. I happen to go one step further where I don't think it's fair to say you can't go down that street and it's okay to bother the people on 77th and 110. I don't think that's fair. I mean, I believe that for me, to be honest, if I test drove a car, I'd want to go up on 826 and floor the stupid thing down 826 and do 65, turn around on Miller and come back down 826 and turn into your dealership. So for me to go 20 miles an hour in a car test drive does nothing for me. I'd rather go test drive a go-kart at that point if I want to go 20. But if I want a Lexus or a Toyota, I'm going to go 65, 75, 80 up 826 and do a U-turn. So I don't even see really why anybody would want to test drive a car in a 25-mile-an-hour residential area. I don't get what would that do for me? Might as well just sit in the parking lot and make believe you're driving. So I 100% see where, I know they agreed to it, Shannon. I don't know why I wasn't privy to those negotiations, but I think it does, like Anna said, it's unenforceable. How do we track it? And we're
Yeah, and I hear what you're
Right.
saying, Shannon. I understand what you're saying. Number one, taking a step backwards, and number two, helping out the residents, but I see, does this sound weird?
sounds great.
It's like
You sound
echoing to
fine.
me or something.
Just
All right,
loud.
I'll just stay back.
Sounds.
Maybe that's why I'm talking. Anyway,
You've
I
been
think
so
it's,
silent all night. Katie.
it's-
Now just-
I'm mulling, Doug. I think it's setting the precedent and going back to your 32 entrances and exits. I mean, it's going to come up with all of the 32 streets. So if we're doing this now, we're going to be setting a precedent that's going to be difficult in the future to say no to other residents of those 32 entrances. So I hear what you're saying, Anna and Doug and Shannon, I hear what you're saying too. And I thought that was a nice compromise. But again, I think it goes, we have to look forward and we have to think about how this would affect future decisions.
So our position is that we will not ask Lexus to honor their agreement here on the test drives because in the future, we may have other dealerships and we don't want to ask them to stay on main
No, I
thoroughfare.
think our
Well,
position is that if Lexus wants to have a general person's agreement, a handshake agreement with the neighbors that they won't do the test drives, that's fine. I don't think that we can enforce it. And I don't think that there's no credibility. Lexus has no credibility with the neighbors. So when somebody says, enforce it, and prove to me you didn't take any test drives, and they show the app that says no test drives. I saw 50 cars. I don't want to get in the middle of that fight
No,
because
but-
we can't win.
Mayor, could code compliance take a picture of a vehicle off of one of the main thoroughfares and then issue a citation?
You know what, Tony, why, we're gonna, why would we send code out? A stock of, I don't know, a handful of test drives on a street that's operating at a level of service C. Right, it's not a traffic problem. If it was if there was a level of service F and we were bombarded with traffic and there were hundreds of test drives a day, I would say, yes, this is a problem for their quality, but this isn't a quality of life problem.
And how
No.
do we, and how, right, so Shannon, so for example.
I hear you. Okay,
So
that's what we're on.
Code
We can't
compliance
enforce it.
takes a picture of a car exiting the Lexus or the pre-owned vehicle. Takes a picture of a car that turns right on 106. Code compliance has no authority to stop that car or interrogate them.
No.
about who they are, where they're going,
Understood.
what they're doing, who's in the car. Is it a test drive? Are they taking it simply to the other side of the dealership and taking it to the other side? Are they taking it over to the gas station to put gas in it? Are they checking whether or not the suspension is good? There's no way to know and enforce whether or not that's a test drive, right? So again, if Lexus wants to create a policy for itself
Yeah,
that says,
just saying.
we know this ticks the neighbors off big time.
Mm-hmm.
We know they hate it that we do this. We know it exacerbates the bad relationship that we have with the neighbors. So we're going to have the policy telling our staff, do not take people for test drives down 106th Street because it ticks the neighbors off. And maybe the manager says, and frankly, I don't want to get another phone call, people yelling at me because you're test driving. Then I think that would be a fantastic way to proceed. Right now, we've got it in our legal documents. And because it's a condition that we as a village are imposing upon Lexus, the burden of enforcement becomes ours. And we as a village have no capacity to establish whether or not that condition is being met or not. And because we can't actually enforce it, and we don't have any mechanism to enforce it, I'm saying, let's remove it because it is unenforceable language. The only enforcement, as was pointed out, that we have is to deny them permits, which is not something the village ever does, because again, we have no way of demonstrating whether or not a Lexus-owned vehicle that drives down 106th Street is actually engaged in a test drive.
Okay.
Right, so we're creating this.
I'm not going
Go
to
ahead.
beat a dead horse. I see that I'm outvoted here. I disagree intellectually. I feel that this is no different. Number 8 is no different than the tractor trailer delivering on the west side of the building, because we have no way of controlling that either. But I can see that I'm outvoted here, so I will
Can I say, Shannon?
draw that. No, but
No, just the difference. So the council has done this several times over the years. We did, I think the latest big one was Gulliver was the parking policy. Not a policy, but the parking rules. This council, like we're gonna do with Lexus, will put no stopping and standing, which is better than no parking. So if anybody sees any stopping or standing, you can call and the police will come. They're 30 seconds away, a minute, 20 seconds away, and our dispatch will send them there and bust them and write them a ticket. They won't do it again. So that's as far as, so what we did with Gulliver, we can't stop anybody from parking in the public right away. You can parallel park anywhere in the public right of way unless it's posted no parking. So with Gulliver, what we did is Gulliver had in there a policy. We couldn't enforce that rule of no parking outside of the Gulliver school lot. But what Gulliver did does have the right to enforce that their students and teachers cannot park outside of the campus. They have the ability to set their own policy. Lexus has the ability to set their own policy, which I think is much more in line with what you guys want and enforceable, because we're giving you no stopping and standing, which that covers everything. There's no employees parking there anymore. They can't come out. And if Chris has a policy where they can only do 85 up 826, I think that'd be great, because that's really how people should be test driving the car anyway. So I think that Anna's spot on. I think policy is better with Lexus than this console or any future console or any future residents, not, you guys may move, from coming and reading that and going, oh, wow, I want to see the app. And, you know, so I hope that this helps.
On the other hand, the deliveries on the west
Yeah.
side of the building is enforceable, easily enforceable, because
Yes.
it's plainly code compliant. You can have a code compliance officer stand there and watch a car
see that
being
in-
loaded or unloaded and know whether it's on the east side of the building or the west side. So there's no question from a code compliance perspective, whether or not that restriction that's been proffered is being complied. And you can enforce it easily. It is it is something which is as easy to demonstrate as any other code compliance matter or nuisance that we enforce code compliance. So in fact, it is different.
All right, so we have 19 conditions, 21 different things in the whatever this other thing is, declaration, the covenants, 40 different things we put on there, plus the signage. Does anyone consider the gate on?
No, I don't,
Assuming fire, it's okay with fire rescue, I understand. what you're
I
saying about
wouldn't
fire
even
rescue.
do that. I think just, once again, boy, when Milam's came, did we say to Milam's, you gotta put an arm up that one entrance and exit out of Milam's? I don't know. I mean, then, you know, back to Katie's point, she made a very good point. I didn't even think of it as when I said the 32 entrances, but you made a very good point, Katie. Boy, once you kind of set precedents, I don't know with Mitch about law and how that works that way, but boy, I'll be off in a year, but you guys are setting yourselves up for the next 7 years of, well, you
Never gonna do
gave
that.
them an arm. Why don't these people have an arm so they can't come down our street? Ooh, I don't know. I wouldn't like. Well, I just don't, yeah, I don't know
Okay.
what that's gonna
Katie,
solve.
you got anything you want to add to this thing?
I mean, I would ask
Anything you
Joe,
wanna
I
add
would
to
just
it?
ask,
No, that's what Anna.
no,
All right, see, now we basically have two things that we're doing here. We're gonna remove the parking, I'm sorry, the test drive part of it, and we're gonna insert one that says that we will put on the no stopping, standing, no loading signs on 106. So if we have, if we don't have anything else,
Well, I think we should be clear, that's from US 1 to the no stopping and standing from US 1 to 77th Avenue.
yes,
Yeah,
entire,
the whole
with both
stretch.
sides of the street.
Okay, well, we just have,
Both sides
let's
of
make
it.
that clear, so staff
And both
knows
sides,
it's
like,
the whole
And
way.
and we're going to have it heavily.
But
But we'll-
it's wherever you guys want them. I mean, we can put them. They only have to, I think the manager, you've told me before, how many feet? Do they only have to be like every 200 feet visually. So I think it could be 200 or 300 feet apart. So it's not
What,
many signs.
The no stopping and standing signs?
Yeah, as long as you can
they
visually
have to
see
be
one from the next.
Yeah, no, there is a standard. I don't know it off the top of my head, but I want to say that it's probably, I want to say at least every 50 feet. But I'll find out. I mean, whatever the minimum standard is, that's what we would
That's the
do.
technical people to figure out. We don't
Yeah,
want
yeah.
stopping and standing on 106 between US 1 and 77.
No, but they were saying that they might not want them in their residential area. I was just saying,
We can work that out with that's the technical. We can't.
Is
tell them how-
Mayor, if I may ask a question, is the no stopping and standing just adjacent to the commercial property, or do you want it the entire length of the road?
The entire length of the road on both sides.
Is it an issue on the entire length? I don't know, is it, or is
They're
it
just
just an
gonna stop
issue
and
on the
stand.
commercial?
What's it matter?
Because you also have the funeral home. I mean, I'm just thinking, and also there's properties there that have houses that are that they're facing the
so to
street.
their property line?
So the
the
suggestion
property
is
line.
that we do no stopping, no standing between US 1 and the corner of 77.
Understood.
And
On-
let's start
Let's
there,
start there and
and then
see.
if we need more, we can always go back.
Yeah.
and
On just that one side of the street, correct?
Both sides.
No, both sides.
Both sides. So also along where the funeral home is? Okay,
Look, if this is unacceptable for Lexus to do, because it's such a bother to the neighbors, then it's unacceptable for Stanfield to do.
okay.
Why, I mean, what's the difference?
I don't know. I think just staging, I don't know how the hearses, I don't know how they handle when they take the procession, right?
Why we treating people different?
Whatever, but it's fine. I understand funeral processions are a little different than trucks, I guess.
Funeral processions are a little bit different, but, I have not heard any complaints about Stanfield, ruining people's quality of life because they're staging hearses down 106th Street.
Okay.
No, they have their own.
Oh,
Can I say why?
Slow moving.
They have people out there directing traffic. They are very good about, there's signs out there, parking, things, so they have people out there, unlike that don't. So.
Let's not
they're
go there. We're getting along so well. right
Okay,
now.
so let's do that. So, yeah, no stopping, no standing, both sides of the street, US 1 to 77th Court, and we can adjust it later if we see more or
Okay.
less, or.
So
one
that's
side
it,
or-
right? Somebody please make a motion.
I make a motion.
I'll second.
All right, motion is second.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, who is the second?
Anna, we haven't voted yet.
Is that it? Are we over?
We haven't voted yet. Not yet. It's gonna call.
Are you ready for a vote,
Yes,
Mr.
we're
Mayor?
ready.
Councilmember Abbott?
Yes.
Councilmember Del Prado?
I'm a reluctant yes, just because of point number 8, the test drives, but I will vote yes.
Councilmember Hokumer?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kraft?
Yes.
Mayor Corradino?
Yes.
Motion carries. The
Thank
item
you.
is approved.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for your contributions to the
Oh, wait, we still have more
dialogue.
meetings.
We haven't even started.
Oh
yet.
my gosh, Anna, you're not going anywhere. Where are you going?
Can I go get a cup of
Go ahead.
coffee?
Yes,
Let
let's
me
take
go
a
get
2
cup
minutes.
of coffee.
Okay, for Lapito, can we take a 2-minute break so we can refresh all right, 5-minute break so we can refresh ourselves? I have to powder my nose.
Chocolate, anyone?
I need calories.
Good work, guys.
Right?
I'll come out and say hi.
Yeah. Hey, don't say too much next time.
Well, he less traffic.
Yeah.
Less traffic is used.
Yeah.
What is that? What is that? It just was there? That's very odd. Silly me, thought this would be a quick meeting.
Oh, I had no expectation.
Did you see that here?
I saw it.
What's that? Yes.
And then on the way by, actually, I have to smack them on the.
Good for you.
That's
Good
what I'm
for you.
saying, you go and sit and say, you do.
That's right. Or you go to high school in Opelika.
Exactly, that's where you told the secret.
Yeah.
That's the secret to my street. What? Peace Gardens. Just going on the lot, so you got like the street. and-
Before Miami Gardens existed, it was Opelika. Yeah, senior Pace High School.
Yeah, we went to Pace. I'm telling you, that's where my street comes. This is like, this is.
But Melissa's like 20 years younger than me. I think she's graduated. What year did you graduate?
26.
Oh my God, she graduated from high school the year I started working for Pinecrest. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yes, and no more vaccinated, so happy. Thank you.
Can anybody take pictures of the youth thing? I totally
Yes.
missed that.
Yes, we
Yes,
got-
we made Yossi come out. and take a
Oh,
picture.
okay.
You were dealing with the
Yeah.
technical.
It worked, though. It worked.
Are we on camera right now?
Retirement, financial side tomorrow.
Are we
As
on
retired.
camera right now?
Put in a good word for me.
Are we on camera right now?
We are, yes, ma'am.
You're on
When you're in
camera,
this
but you're
room, you're
not,
always on.
not
All
on
right, then
noise,
I'm not gonna
right?
Brush my hair.
You can brush your hair on camera.
Nobody wants to do that.
I will brush my hair on camera.
You have beautiful hair, Joe.
All right,
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, what's your
Thank you
pleasure?
very
We
much.
left off on ordinances.
Okay,
much do we
let's
have
go
left?
to first reading, tab 5.
Tab 5 is the,
Let me read that for the record.
okay.
I'm sorry, I took a big bite of a
That's
cookie.
right.
It's an ordinance of the Village of Pinecrest, Florida, amending Chapter 30, Land Development Regulations by amending Article 6, Environmental Regulations, Division 6.3, Floodplain Management, to provide criteria for accessory structures in flood hazard areas, to specify elevation of manufactured homes in flood hazard areas, providing for inclusion, conflict, severability, and then effective date. This is a first reading.
Yossi, anything, this is all, these are things we have to do, correct?
Correct. This is part of the community rating process, and I can have Steve answer any questions if you have any. But in short, these are suggested, we go through a review every year. We've been trying to improve our community rating system, our community rating. And they've suggested these changes, once made, would increase our rating. In which case people would get a discount in their insurance rates.
Okay, any questions?
No, it's.
I make a
pretty
motion
straightforward.
to
I've
approve.
got a motion, a second.
I'll second.
All right,
Councilmember Abbott,
Yes.
Councilmember Del Prado,
Yes.
Councilmember Hokumer,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kraft,
Yes.
Mayor Corradino.
yes.
You had designated all these LDR amendments for second reading in October. You wish this one to have second reading in July or add it to the packet for October?
You want to just add it to?
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, this is time sensitive. It should go in July.
That's fine with me. We're gonna do the townhomes in July, right?
No, townhomes. Are we doing that in July,
Did
Steve?
we say we're gonna do in July? Does anybody
Oh,
remember?
we had talked about it. I did speak to council and everybody said they were
Figure it
okay
out.
with us pushing it to July. It was meant to be in June. So if you want to do the townhomes, then this would also happen in
We're gonna do
July.
whatever we're gonna do in June and July. And unless anybody hates that idea, because it's a hateable idea. Remember we said we weren't gonna do things in
Mayor?
summer?
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's my understanding that the land development regulations and the townhome regulations included will be considered at first reading on July 8th.
Okay.
We'd like to make sure that this proposed ordinance tonight that you're considering at first reading also be moved to July 8th for consideration at second reading. And we'll need an LPA hearing on the 8th as well for this particular ordinance. It is time sensitive and it's a Class 8 addendum that is required to maintain our Class 8 rating. And it's also necessary if we want to improve our rating to a 6 or a 7. But even to maintain our current rating, it is required. And so we would ask that you consider it at second reading on July 8th and schedule an LPA hearing for the same night.
Okay, let's do that. So let's, before we get to the second readings here, let's go back to the original question. All right, so I had asked to move, we were gonna do the LDRs that we had gone through last month. Was it last month? We were gonna do them tonight. And I asked the manager to move them to a subsequent meeting because I didn't think we would be able to sit through potentially a difficult water hearing, zoning hearing, and then try to tackle the LDRs. So you remember this is not a rule, it's an unwritten rule that we try not to do things, after school lets out. At this point, I'm fine with pushing it to a September meeting, or we can do it in July and do the second reading in September, whichever you guys prefer. It doesn't matter to me. I mean, error on the side, I'm in no hurry to do any of it, so.
I'm fine with doing the first reading in June, as long as the second reading is in July, as long as the second reading is in September with the thought being, it gives people 2 months to know what we're doing.
Yeah. I'm
And
fine with
people
that.
are re-engaged by the second reading in September. So it's really something that's completely unpalatable. People should feel that they have the time to talk to us.
Agree.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, you know, we could open ourselves up for criticism, but there's no reason we can't do this stuff. By the way, we're not getting it done. We're having the second reading in after schools. And so I'm comfortable. I don't hate.
So,
Can we
so for
confirm-
clarification, Mr. Mayor, the second reading of this ordinance then will be on July 13th is the correct date of the meeting.
Yes.
And at the workshop, when you discussed the LDR amendments, you had indicated you didn't wish to have the LDR amendments commingled with the budget hearings in September, and that's why I mentioned the October date.
October's fine with me, guys. What do you don't want to do LDRs with budget?
If you want to do budget, do it on the second hearing, which is normally not as controversial. By the second hearing, we've already hashed everything out. So
When is that?
we can't set it yet, but it's usually late September.
Yeah, it's usually late September. That's why I'm saying, I mean, I'm fine with it being in September.
Yeah, I
Because
don't
remember,
care.
we have to meet twice in September anyway. Because we have the special and then we have the regular.
So
and
we'll push
then-
it at this.
and then we
shouldn't
meet
do it
again
at
at-
special.
No, we shouldn't do it at the special. We should do it at the regular September meeting.
Regular or the second? No, the regular one is the first hearing, which is the first budget hearing, which is usually the one that council goes through a lot more discussion. The second one is typically the quicker budget hearing.
I hate to have a special meeting where we do big zoning changes, right?
So then
Push it to
hypothetically, the
We do it in
first
October.
Tuesday in October.
October, yeah.
Yeah, that's what you all had discussed during the workshop, with
Okay.
just having second reading in
Okay.
October.
So we do
So
July and
when would
October.
the zoning ones,
The LPA would have to be in October, right before the October meeting.
July?
not the first reading, the first reading would be in July, and the
July.
second would be with the LDRs.
Then we can,
Correct.
then we.
So
can-
we'd have a couple workshops in between
Yeah,
there.
we could tease it.
'Cause remember,
We let them know in October, you're gonna get this thing. You did the first reading.
but I'm talking about, Joe, the zoning.
New
Change.
stuff.
No, the zoning, the big stuff. Were
Big
you
stuff is
talking about?
zoning, the Home
We haven't-
Depot,
Yeah,
82nd,
but we haven't made up our mind. on it.
Yeah, we haven't
It's a
even.
Workshop.
well, that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
we'll
hasn't been
workshop.
scheduled yet.
We gotta workshop that this summer.
Okay.
Summer and the fall.
So second reading of this ordinance will be July 13th, is that correct?
Yes.
sir.
And the LPA for that one.
And an LPA for this one.
Right.
One quick, just so I don't forget, because it was brought up here today when they mentioned about Lexus. It's a Lexus dealership and an insurance office. Remember, Joe, when we changed that years ago, and I was arguing in our code, why are we making commercial have mixed use? So why are we gonna make McDonald's put a barber shop or inside their
Well,
McDonald's?
maybe that's something we should change.
Well, no, that's
No, no,
right.
no,
That's,
we did change that, remember? You
Did
guys
we-
walked that back. So when.
Did we walk that
under-
back?
Under Mayor Lerner's administration, there was the requirement
Yes.
that in order to push back on the idea that big box was gonna come in
Yes.
and colonize US one, that you had to have at least 2 different commercial
Yeah.
uses in any of this redevelopment. And so the.
like the
many-
funeral
many
home,
absurd
like the funeral
examples.
home needs to have a strip club in it.
Exactly. Well, most of them do. Anyway,
Mm-hmm.
the situation here is that most dealerships and most pre-owned vehicle dealerships
Have
do
insurance.
have an insurance office inside it because they'll insure you right there. When you drive out with the insurance.
So
it
that's,
means they have an
so we
office.
took that out of our code.
That's not in our code anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, we took that out.
I can't.
A-
remember.
Actually, I don't believe that's correct. I might, you might be correct, but I believe that it is a requirement that any parcel that's over 1.25 acres, when it's upon redevelopment,
Oh, no, we
I
need
it's
to
will
take
required
that
to
out.
bet
include.
you- I
can
will
revisit it.
bet you whatever you want.
A cookie.
that
We can
My
revisit it.
recollection is correct.
All right,
Because
wait a
I
minute.
sat through every one of those meetings.
We can revisit it. Well, if it's not, let's put it
We'll
up. for
talk about
discussion.
it in
If it's not,
July.
we'll talk
All
about
right,
it.
tab
Let's see who's
6.
right.
So if I can just recap, because everyone's recollection will be different tomorrow morning. So on July 13th, you'll have an LPA meeting at 5:45. Is that fine to everybody? Where you'll consider this ordinance that you've just adopted on first reading, and then this ordinance on the flood issues will be on second reading, July 13th. On July 13th, you'll take up the LDR amendments along with the townhouse amendments on first reading. And both of those ordinances will then be scheduled for second reading at the October meeting. Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
October 19th. 'cause you
Yes.
Kindly moved it.
And
Correct.
October 19th is gonna need an LPA for that one as well.
We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right, so you're on to your next item, which is an ordinance on second reading, an ordinance of the Village of Pinecrest, Florida, amending ordinance number 2021-3 enacted by the Village of Pinecrest, Florida on March 9th, 2021, authorizing the borrowing of money and the issuance of debt in an amount not to exceed $1 million for the purposes of financing the construction and acquisition of certain capital projects and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing, Mr. Mayor. There's no registered speakers on this item.
Okay. So, Yossi, do you have anything to say about it?
If there's any question, I've pretty much gone over it with everyone, but the short of it, do you want me to go through the whole scenario?
No,
for
I
the
understand.
public
Unless
record?
somebody wants you to.
No, this is second reading. We already
Right,
have
already
it
went
before.
All right, we'll open and close the public hearing. We have a motion.
Second.
Were there any people that wanted to speak on this item that?
No.
No.
Councilmember Abbott,
Yes.
Councilmember Del Prado,
Yes.
Councilmember Hokumer,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kraft,
Yes.
Mayor Corradino.
Yes.
Motion carries. The ordinance is adopted.
Tab 7.
The next item, also on second reading, an ordinance of the Village of Pinecrest, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances to create new article entitled fertilizer use, providing for penalties, providing for severability, conflicts, codification, and an effective date. This also requires a public hearing, Mr. Mayor. There are no speakers registered on this
Councilmember
item.
Abbott, you wanna-
Okay, yes, I will try to go as quickly as I can. First, happy World Oceans Day, if you didn't know it was World Oceans Day. As you recall, the first reading of this was back in March. Kelly Cox from Miami Waterkeeper presented. And they talked to us because they have a campaign to educate and encourage municipalities in South Florida to create a fertilizer use ordinance to limit the amount of fertilizer runoff that's going into our waterways and is causing algae blooms and all those blown up dead fish you see on the TV and everything. It's entering our groundwater, which isn't an issue anymore for well water residents. Anyway, and most of the harm is done with fertilizers with nitrogen and phosphorus. So long story short, we did this in March. We held off because we knew the county was going to do a similar one, which they did, and actually an actual stricter one than ours. They passed it. So you all received from our attorneys back at the end of April, a document making suggestions, which we incorporated into it. We basically are in keeping with the county since we fall under Miami-Dade County. Why should Pinecrest still do one if Miami-Dade County has one, you ask? Okay, well, I'll answer. It's because we want to have it on our books. We don't know what's going to happen in the future with the county. If we have it on our books, we have it on our books. Great. Anna shared a wonderful lunch and learn that the county is going to have that I'll put on my own social media if any of our residents want to hear more about it. Bottom line is this is not an outright ban on fertilizers. It basically has to do with the timing of it and not doing it during our rainy summer seasons. We also had a resident who was concerned about their potted orchids. So we made that differentiation in our verbiage too. And if anyone has any questions about any of the changes, I can answer or our attorneys can answer.
Good.
For all intents and purposes, this basically aligns with what the county passed. Is that not correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Yep. And there was a conflict with a state statute about the fine, so we just adjusted that.
Perfect.
And that's it.
Motion?
I'll move.
I'll second. Shannon second.
Councilmember Abbott,
Yes.
Councilmember Del Prado,
Yes.
Councilmember Hokumer,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kraft, Mayor Cordino.
Yes.
Motion carries. The ordinance is adopted.
So we go, where was Commissioner Regalato's item?
It's not in the.
It's an addition.
It's an addition, right? So it's after, okay, let's just keep going. You want to do hers first and then get the, all right, communicated council, reports and recommendations. Village council, anybody got anything?
No.
Oh, I just want to say thank you for the proclamation for our LGBTQ community.
Oh, yeah. it's nice.
They appreciate that. It's going to be presented at the PFLAG meeting.
What?
Jennifer Solomon oversees the PFLAG
Oh,
organization,
okay.
and I'll present it to them then. So thank you very much.
Got it. That's cool. Good. Anything, anybody else? Yossi, you got anything?
On mine, I just want, we have the release of covenant, which I'll let Steve cover, and then I just wanted to mention to council about a linear park, but I'll let Steve do the discussion on the release of covenant.
And I see you have the freebie service listed here. Is
Freebie
that-
service, because I'm not sure if I've spoken to all of you, the freebie is going to be upgrading our vehicles to Teslas at no cost to the city. They
Has
have
that service resumed?
the service, we're waiting on an interlocal that the county is requiring us to have in place before we can start it up again. So it's in the county attorney's office. We've been badgering them. Mitch and his staff has been calling over there to try to get them to wrap that up, but they won't let us start again until we have that interlocal in place.
And we still have a significant county grant to help.
Yes, that, and it was extended, so we're good. We're gonna, you know, if we can get it off the ground and before the grant expires, it'd be great. So at this point, that's what we're waiting for. So on the release of covenant, Steve, did you want to kind of go over what that was, or are there any questions? Did anybody have questions about it? We needed to do a motion that would allow the release of covenant. I guess that particular property, the way the covenant was written, required council action to release a covenant. Typically, council gives that authority to the manager, and then when, you know, things are in compliance, we go ahead and release the covenant. But in this case, the way it was written specifically said that council had to do that. So we would need a motion.
So this is for property at 8856 Southwest 8855 Southwest 62nd Court. And the owner had submitted plans that included the transfer of some unused floor area to the second floor. And he has abandoned those plans and now wants to sell the property and doesn't want this declaration of restrictions to be a cloud on the title. It's required by code when somebody does move unused floor area to the second floor on outside balconies. It's a requirement of our code. But normally, as the village manager indicated, this would be released by the village administration. However, the way this particular covenant was written, it requires the release of the village council. And so we're asking the village council to give the village manager the authority to release this. And then in the future, we'll amend any future declarations regarding transfer of unused floor area, allowing for the release of the village by the village manager.
Can I ask, Steve, how long ago this covenant was, this declaration of restrictions was written, that it requires council?
It has to be 10 years at least, right?
Now, this covenant here was recorded in 2020.
April 2020.
So it was just drafted that way?
Yes.
Was this drafted by us, or was it,
Actually, it was drafted by us, yeah.
so we just did it different than we normally would? We didn't
Correct.
change it. Okay.
Okay, well, that's strange. I'll move to release the declaration of restrictions.
I'll second.
You can do a voice vote.
Oh, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, let's do it. Linear Park.
Linear Park. So there's a piece of property between 90th and 92nd Street where 70th Avenue would normally go that has never been paved. That area was at some point really overgrown, and about I want to say in 2019 or 18, late 18, when FPL started doing their undergrounding projects, the Masta came in and staged in that area and basically took out all the overgrowth and cleaned out that whole area. So for a while, I had been looking at it as a potential for like a little neighborhood pocket park. And I reached out to FPL while they were out here with their crews to see if they would underground the overhead wires so that we can really just open it up and be able to use it as a little pocket park. At that time, FPL quoted me some ridiculous amount of money to underground everything. So I kind of abandoned it and just left it alone for now. And fast forward, Steve Pearson, who works or volunteers with Tremendous Miami, reached out to us. He's selling his property, which is just east of this area, to a developer that's going to be proposing a small development that would involve 4 parcels with a cul-de-sac. And so this particular right-of-way that exists here, he proposed and pitched because he happens to be a tree lover and has actually apparently a farm in Central Florida with pine trees, that he'd be willing to donate about $25,000 worth of pine trees to the village if he wanted to create a preserve there. So I reached out to FPL. I said to FPL, listen, if we were gonna, pave a road, you would have to move and relocate this transmission line that's going right down the center of it. So how about you relocate that to the west, right along the side of the condos that are there. They said they'll look into it. And I said, in a perfect world, we would get this underground because then we don't have to mess with any trees, hitting lines or anything, and it would be even better. So they've come back and said, because this is a relocation, if we were to go forward, they would eat the cost of the relocation. And they said, but if we provide the conduit for them to then put in the transmission line underground, that they would be amenable to that as well. I said, well, can you get me a quote for that? And they've quoted about $25,000 to underground, where at one point it was hundreds of thousands of dollars. So for $25,000, which was really, it's just to put in a conduit in the ground, we could hire a private contractor to come in, put a conduit in the ground, and they'll put all those transmission lines underground. And then we would have a little potential pocket park there, where I would propose that we would just put in, pine trees, a little asphalt walking path, some, little chairs and gates, obviously at both ends, so we can shut down the park at dusk or whatever. I don't know that we would keep it open late at night because it wouldn't have electricity or anything there. So it would just be open like what we do with veterans, that once the sun goes down, we shut it down. So that would be my proposal. We've already reached out to the condo to see if they would be willing to do an easement, because we would need to get a utility easement from the condominium property. So we're gonna get FPL to give us the location, and then we'll court that condominium to see if they would be willing to give us an easement. Otherwise, we would have to do the easement somewhere along the east side of it, which would be along the back of the homes there. But I was hoping that we would be able to do it along the condominium side instead. So.
Yossi, is Mr. Pierce, this is an issue where Mr. Pearson was selling his property. He called me and wanted to do this thing, and we had him work with staff and start to figure this out. He
wanted us to do a covenant that would tie the land, and I don't legally, we don't have to do that. It's public right of way. We can do whatever we want on that.
Is he donating land? He's donating land.
He's not donating land. There is no donation. He's donating trees.
That's perfect.
And what he wanted was basically to create a park in the back. What he, in his world, and what he wanted was for this to be closed to the public, and it just be like a little nature preserve that wouldn't have public access into it. My thinking is, if we're going to have this that it would be nicer if the residents could use it. It's open space, and if we could have just a, you know, an asphalt path go through it where the people, you know, it's in that northwest sector where there's a lot more housing up, you know, density up there. So in my mind, it would just make a cute little linear park, you know, with a little passive park kind of setting, nothing that would, you know, no playground equipment or anything like that.
I don't have a problem with it. I mean, I think this, he's gonna dedicate how much money worth of, or he's gonna donate. how much-
25 grand worth, he said. I mean, the question really is, will we ever build that road out?
I doubt it.
And it's not there now, and I don't know that if it's not necessary to serve, so that's really the question. Do you ever want to, if this ever is going to be a street, then no, I wouldn't recommend this, but
Well, I don't think anything precludes us from building it out if we were to plan it with this stuff. We can always build it out.
I don't think.
if we ever wanted to put a street there, we can't zone it as a park. Right, Mitch? How does that, the Article 7 kick in if it's being used as a park? Does that, and if you ever want to undo that, how do you deal with that kind of stuff?
Well, not necessarily. If it's something can be used as a park and not necessarily fall under Article 7 if it's a smaller sort of just passive area. If it's designated as a park, then
We could never
then you have to do a lot of maneuvers to undo it, and it becomes very difficult. So I would suggest that you designate it as just green space and not as a park, and we'll come up with the appropriate designation for you.
Well, and Joe, I think so Yossi, what was the proposal from FPNL for the burying of the lines?
The original one or the
Yeah.
one now?
No, whatever. What was the price?
No, their price, they're eating the price of, they would have to move the transmission line and be above ground at their cost. They would have to do
What?
it. Whatever that cost is, they would have to move it because if we say, look, we need you to move this because whatever, we're gonna use this space, they would have to move their utility. So my
So
thinking is.
if we put a park there, they would have to move their transmission lines
Right, but they would be all above ground. My issue is.
or the
that
green space.
Right. The thing is that if we want to underground it so that the trees can grow as high as they want and not worry about.
How much is that?
I think
25 grand.
it would, Yossi, I think you should just clarify for the council what exactly you're asking for now. Because you're.
Well, I
But
just
no,
wanna
how
see
much
if
would
you
it
like
cost?
Uh-huh.
Did they say it would cost to underground?
$25,000.
That's all to underground that little section?
The only cost to us would be to put the conduit in. They'll wire through it at their cost because they
So
have.
it's only $25,000 to
That's what
underground.
they've told us in this particular instance. Because it's just a transmission line.
Well, that's really not that much at all.
I know, that's why I was saying, I think this is, if you guys want to make this a little pocket kind of open space, depending on what you want to do here and how much flexibility we want to give ourselves, because we can flat out come out and say, hey, we're going to do a neighborhood park. That's what it's going to be. Once it's a park forever. We can do a nature preserve there. We can do, nothing. It all depends whether we ever want to put a street there or not. If we're gonna put a
Well, I think if we're looking at so this is another one of those properties.
built areas.
Joe, I'm just saying that sits across from the Metro Rail. This,
Right.
so this is what we're gonna be workshopping. We're looking at our, the county and looking at what we could do. This is another one of those. These apartments are old. So even the tree aspect and burying the lines. I like that. But I also like it that I think that, look at what's next there is residential. I like the buffer. Like that it's got a 40-foot buffer for the, if
As a park.
as a park, green space. Green space, I like that idea too from the attorney. That, you know, you've got a buffer if a council in the future or this council wants to look at that property and go, oh, that could be the 23 units per acre.
Good point. May
So-
very well anyway.
Yeah.
It's old.
Yeah, well, it is. That's one of our oldest. Those are,
Yeah, they're really.
they're kind of, they need help.
Mr. Mayor, there is a speaker registered on this item.
So I
Okay,
would,
let them in. Let's open the public hearing.
Go, oh, let's see. where-
that's another one of those little complexes I didn't think about.
Mr. Anacus, you're on with the council on the proposed linear park.
Yes, hi.
Hello, Daniel.
Daniel Inakash, 6463 Southwest 107th Street. I actually wanted to make the same recommendation what the manager said, to make sure there is not that accessible to the more of the public and not just limited for like once a month. Because I really like the idea. I really love that how the pine arboretum or reservation we wanted to build over there. So I think that those are a good thing. So I think I just only other comment I really have here, if the council would take a stand that maybe just to really just name it as a park, because if you name it as a park, in this case, we actually build a barrier for, even a legal barrier for to the county to actually include to our space with their other proposed things what they wanted to do. So I think it's almost also good for a defense mechanism to even use it and take the risk, name it as a park. But that's my other thing. So, but I'm totally okay with the manager recommendation to make it as a public park, and I really love the idea to have a new pine tree reservation in Pinecrest.
Thank you. Because we weren't gonna make it a park because that limits what we can do with it in the future, right?
If you make
I
it
would
a
agree.
park, right, if you make it a park, if you ever want to undo a park, the Article 7 at the county kicks in and I think requires for the vote of registered voters within 300, within 3 miles of a park to undesignate something as a park.
I'll just keep it as green space
Green
for now.
space,
Yeah, that's
yeah.
outside of Pinecrest.
So if there's a mechanism that keeps us from
Yeah.
getting our
Lamar
hands
County.
tied, so like in the future, if somebody wants to unfortunately come in and plow it through and put in a street because we have to, that would really be the only thing we would do there. That would be, you see what I'm saying? But
All
if
right,
we're-
so,
if we never want a street there, then name it a park and that's fine.
well, we don't know. We don't know if we want a street there or not. So why don't we just keep it as green space, and then I have no problem with making it open to the public.
Yeah, I think it should be open to the
Right.
public. I
I
don't,
don't like those things that are fenced in nature. Next thing you know, giant snakes.
So it'll just be, we'll come up with the verbiage. I'll leave it to Mitch.
yeah. No, I
Okay.
think if we're gonna do this, then if the point is to recreate the
Natural
habitat
there,
of
right,
Pinecrest before human habitation,
right.
what's the point of putting it behind a wall? That's like an M. Night Shyamalan movie. Like there's some alternative universe created in there. Might as well put a gate on it. And if you want to take elementary school students into it to see what it used to look like, that's where you do it.
Right.
It looks like a street.
Right?
All right. Okay,
Okay.
so you know what to do?
I know what to do. Thank you.
Super.
All right, the next one is Commissioner Regalato's item, which is is that right? We're done?
This is an add-on, Mr. Mayor. Let me read the resolution by title. It's a resolution of the Village of Pinecrest, Florida, expressing support for proposed county ordinance relating to official municipal positions on Miami-Dade County issues, providing for transmittal, providing for an effective date. And as you indicated, Commissioner Regalado is sponsoring this ordinance, and she has asked for the village council's support on it.
So what this says is that before somebody puts something up on a county commission agenda, they will notify the cities that it's impacting, right?
Actually, what the ordinance provides for, Mayor, is if the village council or any municipal governing body would take a position on an issue that the county is considering, and when they transmit that item to the clerk of the county board, that the clerk is required to then provide that information to the county commissioners so they're aware of that municipality's
I like that.
opinion.
Oh, it's backwards. So
Right.
we take an issue on something,
Yeah.
they have to be
It
notified of
puts
our.
a burden on them to make sure that all the commissioners are notified of that city's
So that's not happening
position.
now, which is crazy.
Oh, I'm sure it just goes in the back file. They never even.
Right.
allowed
It's-
it.
I agree, better communication.
This will require that it's actually made, that it's actually distributed to the commissioners before the hearing, and that does not always happen now.
Right.
So they can
Correct.
throw it out.
And the other issue is that because of the way the timing for how these things get on the agenda and how the municipalities are made aware of issues that get on the agendas, you know, sometimes it's 4 weeks and sometimes it's 6 weeks, and then you have councils that are only meeting once a month. Or you have August, for example, when we don't meet at all, and it's very easy, surprisingly, miraculously easy for things not to be appropriately timed so that interested municipalities have an opportunity to meet and pass a resolution supporting or not supporting a county idea.
Correct. Okay, good. Anybody want a motion?
Oh, I'll move. I think it's great.
I'll second. Oh,
Second or third, let's all co-sponsor the item. Fourth.
I call the roll.
Councilmember Abbott,
Yes.
Councilmember Del Prado,
Yes.
Councilmember Hokumer,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kraft,
Yes.
Mayor Cordino.
Yes. By
Motion
the way,
carries.
she's
The
done a
resolution is
fantastic
adopted.
job. What she did tonight was help us out, answer those questions. in case anybody had any questions.
Yeah.
Thank God for that.
I move.
Mayor,
Oh, no.
I'm sorry, real quick.
Shannon had us all ready to go.
So I want to apologize for the continued issue with these technical glitches.
We
keep
didn't notice a
having.
thing.
Only the people that were on the Zoom call. The people that were watching our stream were fine.
How many people were on the Zoom?
I have.
You need to know.
Oh, actually, it was the county, it was mostly the county staff folks. After the last meeting, the vendor came back, we did a full run through, I worked like a champ. Priscilla and I today did a mock meeting this afternoon, it worked like a champ. I don't have an excuse for why it's so glitchy, but
It's brand new, man. We'll get it.
it is brand new. So on that note, I will not be here at the July meeting. Priscilla will be here. I know that you want to, going forward, incorporate the option of both the Zoom and the in-person. But is the council okay if for the July meeting, just have the in-person option? I don't want to burden Priscilla with the stress of having happen what happened tonight to her, because she will.
You need another 30.
I don't need any more money. I already had a.
So it's not possible for anybody to comment from any other platform but Zoom?
It's not a Zoom issue. Zoom works great. It's the bringing together of all the technology that, and you know what? It may never happen again. It may have been a glitch tonight. I got the vendor on the phone. We walked through it. We got it fixed within a few minutes. It wasn't a problem.
I think we have to get it right eventually.
Priscilla could do it.
I was thinking, man, if we're gonna keep, we gotta get it right. So what would we have done tonight? I thought we were gonna eventually, if this didn't work, we're just gonna have to defer the items and do it because you couldn't disenfranchise half the people. But I don't know. Man. What do
You know what?
We gotta get it right.
I think Priscilla has to do it hybrid, and if that means that we have to pay to have the vendor sit here and babysit us through
Okay.
it, then that's what has to happen.
I had thought
July.
about that option as well. And
It's the way of the future. Look,
Yeah.
See, you do need
look,
more money.
half our
No,
staff,
sir, no
more than
more.
half the staff is sitting elsewhere doing the meeting. How's Mitch and Yossi? How's it going? And Steve, how's it going from afar?
It's,
Is it okay?
it's going well. I just want to say for the record, in case the other council members are not aware, that the mayor, that I planned to attend the meeting and the mayor dissuaded me.
I told him that it would, I was trying to practice the home stuff. Let's build a habit of doing it from home so people don't have to come in. So I figured let the staff do it from at least a different room or from home.
I
don't
do
know, is it
have to
convenient?
say, do we look blurry to you guys? It looks blurrier than it used
That's,
to us.
yeah, that's because that's the Zoom call you're watching. And so the Zoom distorts.
Yes.
That's the straight feed from the video. So now, but keep in mind that people are watching this on a screen this big on their phone or tablet. So it doesn't look distorted to them. It's the resolution on these monitors. But that's the Zoom, that's the downgrade of the video quality because it's going through Zoom. Yes, I don't even know how it works anymore either, but you know.
Mayor, don't you think, I mean, ultimately, I think the charter official should always be there. I just think for now,
What? I'm sorry,
What?
what?
Charter officials should be here.
I think at some point, the charter official should be on the dais. That's my feeling.
We're practicing.
But I think we would wait, our preference is to wait a little longer for the numbers to get better. But, you know, if we're not gonna get packed houses, like today, there was really not a lot of people there. I would have been fine being in the room with you guys, but
Yeah, I just want to just show lead by example that we can do this from a distance. It's not impossible. I'm in no hurry to get back to the old normal. It was not that great. The people need to do it from a distance.
right.
There's no reason, he did it, it was great. We did a whole staff report. There's no reason that you have to be here to do a staff.
Right.
But what do you guys think? Maybe.
Well, I mean, I miss seeing Steve, but you know, otherwise.
No, I agree.
You can see him here.
I miss Yost.
I miss you guys too, but we'll talk about it as things get back to normal. For now, I guess we'll do it this way.
So it'll be Priscilla and the vendor in July. And the vendor will have to fix it if something goes wrong.
Possibly go wrong, really.
Oh, don't say that.
I move to adjourn.
I think
I
that's a
second your
fantastic
motion.
idea.
You know, I handed
Thank you.
Melissa the ticker and I said, at least this is working. And then she clicked it and it didn't work. I'm like, oh my God, I jinxed it. And so-
Thanks, guys. Thanks.
Bye.
Vicky.
Bye.
Thank you. One more done.